live. Fingers crossed. We got the audio working. Thank you for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, let me know. Now, normally, as you know, right, the first 60 minutes is dedicated to just answering questions, talking to people, hanging out, relaxing. And I do think, we're probably going to keep that the same this stream. However, I am going to maybe start a little bit earlier because I do want to talk about, focus on a lot of different things that are happening today, particularly Red Dress Day in honor of murdered and missing Indigenous women, which is May 5th every year. Has to do with, amongst other things, right, the Highway of Tears, the Trail of Tears here in Canada, and how we in Freemasonry can support this day. And support those who may be murdered or missing from that community and the Indigenous community in general. Also, emergency preparedness. I want to talk about that. Emergency preparedness 2026. Negative. Because it is Emergency Preparedness Day. Or, excuse me, Emergency Preparedness Week. Emergencies can happen anytime, including and not limited to, they can happen within a Masonic meeting, a Masonic event. It can be a weather emergency or natural disaster. It can be a medical emergency. It can be even something caused by man, like active shooter. So I want to talk about some ways that we within Freemasonry can ensure our buildings and our Masonic lodges are prepared for emergencies. It's a little thing, but it matters. So, I'm going to have to close my window. All right, hold on just 1 second. I'm just going to close my window. I'll be back in a moment. Unfortunately, actually, I think we're okay. So for the time being, though, let's give it a moment. Let's see who joins. $2 super chat will get you... $2 super chat will get you text to speech. So whatever your super chat is, it'll be right out text to speech. So long as there's nothing, uncool, put it that way. Nothing illegal, immoral, anything like that, obviously. But for the time being, let's wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit like and subscribe. And we're going to give it some time, wait to see who joins. I also, interestingly enough today, all right, I'm going to close my window. I'll be back in a moment. Nobody cause any trouble. There we go. Sounds a little bit nicer. I've got an official visit tomorrow, by the way, so... Interesting enough, I didn't even think about it at the time, but I am wearing red. Obviously not a red dress, but I am wearing red. So, happy to at least do something to try to recognize and remember those Indigenous women and girls who have been murdered or are missing. It's also World Press Freedom Day. Oh, and actually, sorry, that was Sunday, May 3rd was World Press Freedom Day. I mean, I would not describe this as the press necessarily. I would not describe myself as a reporter, but I would say, and I do believe in some ways through this channel, there's an element of press in terms of, or media, certainly media in terms of trying to support Freemasonry. So reporting on Freemasonry, reporting on stories about Freemasonry, I think that in some ways puts me as a type of press anyways, so. All right. For now, though, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. No comments yet. make sure the comments are working, put something in there. And yeah, let's give it a bit of time and let's see who joins. We'll give it some time. Plan to do a longer stream today. After the first 60 minutes, or maybe a little bit earlier, I'll start talking about Red Dress Day and what we as Freemasons can do regarding this day. And not just on this day, but every day. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Ashley Mills. Rusty, I'm pretty sure you're new to the stream because I would recognize that name. So please hit like and subscribe. Also, Ashley Mills, I hope you're doing well. If you're new to the stream, hit like and subscribe. Also, I don't know if anybody else got this, but I got my 2026 census letter in the mail today, which I guess I have to complete it by May 12th, 2026. So I'm not going to share it, but I do get, you get an access code, which you have to complete online at census.gc.ca. It is quick and easy, apparently. Well, I wonder if there's any questions in there that will relate to Freemasonry in some way. Be kind of cool to check out and see. I don't think I did. I was not a bully. At least I don't think I was. But if I did, then I'm very sorry. But I hope you're doing well, Mo. Please hit like and subscribe. And we're going to give it some time. We're just waiting to see who joins. Super chat, like, subscribe, comment, all that good jazz. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. And we're just keep waiting. For some reason, I feel like my messages aren't coming through as well. Oh. Sarcenta, it's going well. How's it going with you? Oh, Sydney, Australia. I would love to visit Sydney. I'd love to visit Australia. Like, there are some really incredible Masonic buildings in Australia, in Sydney, in Perth. So I would love to visit Australia. The problem is it's so far away and it's very expensive to get there, and it's not getting any cheaper with the increasing cost of gas, unfortunately. So, or fuel, jet fuel. Who's the suit man? Do I look like the suit man? Sarcenta, 7 days. That is awesome. Congratulations. I'm sure you're very excited. Just enjoy it, right? That's what matters. Just enjoy it. But Sarcenta, let me know how it goes. I'm sure you're going to be very excited, as you should be. Enjoy it. Don't try to learn everything at once. Just enjoy it, right? That's what matters. Good afternoon, Courtney. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. And I hope you're having a very good day. So what is up, everybody in YouTube land? I hope you're all doing well. I hope you guys will answer some of my poll questions as well. And yeah, thank you all for being here. Or the poll questions I posted on YouTube. For the time being, though, let's wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit like and subscribe. And any thoughts on Freemasonry? Again, the first 60 minutes, we just hang out and chat about whatever. No specific talk, no specific discussions. Good afternoon, Michael Moore. How's it going? By the way, Michael, well, and Courtney, you guys are both from the States. Today in Canada is Red Dress Day, which is a day meant to honor murdered and missing Indigenous women. I don't know if you guys have anything like that in the States at all, similar. Right, Canada, unfortunately, there is a history of Indigenous women being um, being murdered, going missing. It's very unfortunate, women and girls. And so today is a day to kind of recognize that and honor that. So yeah, it's there are many things I think we can do in our Masonic lodges to help with that, or not to help with that per se, but to recognize the what's the word I'm looking for? To recognize the harm to the community and also do what we can to try to repair it if possible, um, or do our part to try to repair that harm. Forehead more like 10 head. Yes, I got a big head. Please hit like and subscribe. What's the TV show from? I heard about that one. Is it a good show? I've heard it's really good. I've heard it's the type of show I would like because it's kind of like Lost. It's spooky. It's a mystery. Well, I mean, there's way more than 33 degrees in Freemasonry, but probably not in the way you're thinking, Ozzy John, right? Not in the way you're thinking. So when you say, are there 33 degrees in Freemasonry or more than, I mean, you're assuming hierarchical levels. Like, is there a 34th degree, a 35th degree, a 36th degree, a 37th degree? That's not how it works. But there are more degrees because you have York Rite degrees, right? And York Rite chapters, which are separate. They're not above the 33rd degrees, they're different degrees. You have, I wouldn't call them degrees per se, but you have offices in the shrine, you have offices in Demolay, you have offices and degrees in Rainbow, you have offices and degrees in Eastern Star. So, yes, there are way more degrees than 33, but they're not hierarchical. It's not like there's a top degree anywhere in Freemasonry. That's not how it works. Another way to think about it is, you know, I'm trying to think of a good like there is Memphis Mizrain, which supposedly goes up to 99 degrees. So I'm not aware of it. I don't know much about Memphis Mizrain, but these are not hierarchical. These are parallels, right? These are parallel degrees or parallel orders. No one is higher than the other. Um, Side quests, yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Sarsentia. They are side quests. And one of the coolest things that you can do when you join Freemasonry, coming up very soon, is you can make sure that you, first of all, focus on the main mission, which is getting your first 3 degrees. But then after that, you can focus on, as much as possible, finding what speaks to you on these side quests. And don't try to do every side quest as once. To take this idea from, video games, you don't do every side quest at once. You take them as you can, when you can. One of the biggest mistakes I think a lot of new Masons make is immediately after the 3rd degree, they join the Scottish Rite, they join the Scottish Rite, they join the York Rite, they join the Shrine, they volunteer in every committee, and very quickly they burn themselves out. You're going to burn yourself out no matter what you do, to be honest, if you are dedicated to it, but maybe burn yourself out in 20 years, not in 3 years. Well, the 99 degrees Aussie, that's probably Memphis Mizrain. Um, so, right, that is, what you're thinking of there is Memphis Mizrain, which supposedly has 99 degrees, but it's not really recognized in Canada. It's not really recognized in North America. So you need to keep that in mind. I mean, this obsession with degrees in the non-Masonic community, um, it's getting a bit excessive, and I don't understand where it comes from. You know, you can be an incredibly active, dedicated, hardworking, contributory Mason as an entered apprentice. And I know some entered apprentices who do more for the lodge than third degree Masons. It's not really about the degree you have, it's about the effort and work you put into it, and what you enjoy. So, in North America, Brother Michael Moore, it is, but in Russia, in much of Europe, it is recognized. So, it just depends. What's the point of well, the point of a degree is the same as, if you're in school joining the photography club, for example. Like it's just something that you find interesting on top of what you are already doing. And within that club, if you let's say you're in high school and you join the photography club, within that club you can become the president of the club, you can become the secretary, you can advance in the club, you can organize events and special functions, but it doesn't make you more of a high school graduate than anybody else or more of a student than anybody else. It just means you've chosen to do something that you find interesting. Ultimately, you need to understand it's about personal growth, not, growth above others, or being better or more hierarchical than others. Now, again, within your particular group, those degrees and titles can mean something. So, for example, you're the president of the photography club in high school, somebody who's not part of that club doesn't have to call you Mr. President. You may want them to. Freemasonry is the same way. If you are a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason, that doesn't mean that you are above, let's say, a Master Mason when you go to a Blue Lodge. It just means you've chosen to take on additional, if nothing else, additional degrees for your own interest and your own personal growth. Um, Royal Arch is very prevalent here. I have no intention of even thinking beyond Blue Lodge until I be an MM for a while. I'd rather concentrate my efforts on improving everything here first. I mean, that's the best way to do it. So, Cynthia, that's absolutely the best way to do it. And I'm glad that you are taking that approach. I think one of the biggest mistakes, again, we can make is absolutely burning ourselves out by focusing on trying to do everything instead of doing things that, you know, don't, what's the old expression? Don't half ass everything, full ass one thing from Parks and Rec. I think that's a good approach to take as a general rule. Also, Michigan de Molay is holding the 1926 de Molay degree at the Detroit Masonic Temple on Saturday. What time, Brother Michael Moore? Brother, yeah, he is a Freemason, right? I think I heard that. I don't know for sure, but I think I did hear that he was. What time is that degree on Saturday? That might be one of the few times where it's actually appropriate to half-ass and maybe not spend all your money, just spend half your money, or even better, 5% of your money, or even better, the maximum amount you can afford to lose without putting yourself in debt might be the best approach to take there. Brother Michael Moore says, one, I've got to get back to Detroit Masonic Temple. I love the Detroit Masonic Temple. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Um, it's funny, I was just looking yesterday at upcoming events on the Michigan Masons website. I didn't see anything about De Molay on there. It's unfortunate that Michigan Masons don't have De Molay mentioned on their upcoming events. Absolutely. I mean, Freemasonry, hopefully, fingers crossed, isn't going anywhere. But what's going to make it go somewhere is if people join everything, burn out, and leave. That's going to be ultimately the biggest issue. So just keep that in mind. Um, I think you're making fun of my teeth, but nonetheless, thank you. Please hit like and subscribe. Drake, I do not know that feeling, and I'm grateful I don't know that feeling because I feel like that feeling would suck. But hey, you do you. We're going to keep hanging out. We're going to wait to see who joins. Waiting to see when this 1926 degree is. West Coast Canada from you know who. So British Columbia, Yukon. I love Canada. I'm Canadian and I love West Coast. So that is awesome. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. Initiatory degree 2 p.m. Open to regular Masons, parents of the joining members, members' parents, and demoles. Okay. I've never heard him described as a Supreme Grand Pontiff. He was the, what's the term? Because he was in the southern jurisdiction. Supreme Grand Commander, if I recall correctly. Supreme Grand Commander of the Scottish Rite Southern Jurisdiction for 32 years. That is because, so Scottish Rite is a branch of Freemasonry. It's not higher than any other lodge or lower than any other lodge. It's simply a different branch. They are divided up into jurisdictions. There's the southern jurisdiction, the northern jurisdiction, Canadian Supreme Council, as well as Europe, as well as Prince Hall. Anyways, he was responsible for Scottish Rite Masonry in the southern jurisdiction of the United States, which, if I recall correctly, is like 35 states, but I could be mistaken. How many states in Scottish Rite Southern? The only one I know for sure is Michigan's in the north. 35 states. I was right. 35 states. So basically, he was responsible for Scottish Rite Freemasonry in the 35 states. But that doesn't mean he's responsible for Freemasonry in 35 states. He wasn't. He was responsible for one part of Freemasonry in 35 states, particularly, once again, Scottish Rite. But yeah, so I never heard him described as a pontiff. It was always Supreme Grand Commander. Yeah, Commander. Now, obviously, just keep in mind that term. It's not, that term is not meant in a military sense. You need to remember that. But it is meant in a, think about it like commanding respect type of thing. Yes, Husafel. To be a Shriner, you have to be a Master Mason first. Now, I understand that they are actually trying to possibly change that. Well, I've heard rumors, but as of right now, to my knowledge, you still have to be a Master Mason first. And I think that's going to remain that way, so. My day is going well, you know who. How is your day going? It's really hard, Courtney. It's really, really hard to do. So, yeah, we do our best, though, right? That's all we can do. Who's off to visit their mother? Oh, nice. Say hello. I mean, I hope your mother is doing well. I hope she's excited for you joining, and thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful to have you. What does Luke say in the Bible, Swifter? Certainly about Freemasonry, I wonder what he would have to say, since Freemasonry did not exist at the time. Masonry existed at the time, but not Freemasonry. Or stonemasonry, I should say. We're going to keep hanging out. We're going to wait to see who joins. Any thoughts on Freemasonry, let me know. We're going to start talking, first of all, about Red Dress Day shortly, which is a Canadian-specific kind of observance, although my suspicion is other countries have similar things, because many countries have had, shall we say, challenging or negative, or pick your term, with Indigenous populations, that's for sure. So, Swifter, why do you say read Luke in the Bible? And we're going to give it some time. We're going to wait to see who joins. As always, please take a moment. If you're not done so yet, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts on Freemasonry? Let me know. How do you view the role of younger Masons? The fact that you're calling under 45 younger Masons, that does make me feel good, so thank you for that. No longer feel like an old person. I guess I'm still young since I'm 42. I mean, the, there is no, like, the problem with Freemasonry is you can kind of take whatever role you wish to take, right? And also, whatever role you're comfortable taking. One of the issues is very often so many roles will be filled up continually by kind of the old goats who never leave. It's hard for younger Masons to fit in, and if they try to fit in or try to take on a role and take on a responsibility, very often they can be shut down. Ultimately, I don't think the question needs to be based on younger versus older. I think the question needs to be focused on newer versus kind of more experienced, right? Like, if you're a Mason, you could be in theory 60 and brand new to the craft and joining for the first time. Meanwhile, somebody could be 40 and have been a Mason for 20 years. I think the most important thing in those instances, when you have brethren joining who are newer to the craft, is give them responsibilities and allow them to, take advantage of their unique perspectives. They've been around, they're new, which means they're not seeing Freemasonry the way a veteran is seeing Freemasonry. They're seeing Freemasonry with fresh eyes, and that may mean they are able to recognize challenges, problems, and strengths that, it's like very often a fresh set of eyes can be an incredibly valuable tool. So, yes, I got a big nose. Please hit like and subscribe. Sometimes CEO, that happens, and sometimes that's why it's so important to always get the price up front. Hello, LD Juan Kenobi. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I truly appreciate it. What happened to my head? My head is awesome. I'm definitely not smart, but I try to pretend like I am. So, there is that. SMRT. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. I don't think you're actually Putin's dog, for the record, but nonetheless, I do hope you'll let me know what your thoughts are. I've been a Freemason for 20 years. I started this channel to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. So there you go. I mean, groundbreaking revolution. I get what you're trying to say. It's it's a newer perspective, right? It's a modern or newer perspective. And it doesn't have to be about the traditions. It can be about anything. It can be about the way that we organize our business meetings. It can be about the way we organize our degrees. It can be about the way we attract new membership, right? Modern or new perspectives are always necessary if an organization, if a business wants to find a way to grow. It's up to us to welcome those new traditions or new perspectives in, though. No, I'm avoiding mods at the moment, Penguin, because so far I'm doing pretty good, but I do appreciate you being here very much. I hope you're having an excellent day. And as always, let me know any thoughts on Freemasonry. I love Americans. I'm Canadian, but I love Americans. I don't think they need to be more like me. I think they should just be themselves. Freemasonry is not like Scientology because Scientology, to my understanding, is a religion, right? Freemasonry is not a religion. It's a civic institution or a civic group. Think of it like a club. So they occupy different spaces. I see no reason why a Scientologist could not be a Freemason, right? Because to my understanding, they believe in a supreme being, but that's a different thing altogether. So Freemasons don't, because that's what you're describing there, Kevin Fort Worth, is like masonry with chisels is would be known as operative Freemasonry. We are speculative Masons. So we do not practice literal Masonry. We do practice, however, symbolic or metaphorical Masonry, trying to build ourselves into better people as much as we can and build our own temples and turn our communities into kind of better places. Metaphorically, every act of charity is a metaphorical act of building, for example. Having said that, there are some Freemasons who are also stonemasons, who are both the operative and the speculative side of the coin. Um, no, I'm not on the dance floor, but I do appreciate saying I look like him. Most people say I look ugly. So please take a moment on the dance floor to hit like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. Um, so it's definitely not Freemasonry Day. I don't think that, I mean, sometimes people say June 24th is Freemasonry Day because that's the day of the founding of the Premier Grand Lodge of England. Um, but today is Red Dress Day. I'm wearing red. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. Hi, I'm Matt. I, I mean, it depends, right? I mean, to be brought into light from darkness is a form of enlightenment. I mean, that's no different than, for example, um, the Enlightenment era philosophy of like Voltaire and Ben Franklin, right? To be enlightened is not necessarily to be saved in a metaphysical or a spiritual sense. It's simply to be given a new piece of information or new knowledge you did not have previously or have before. That is what it means to be enlightened, right? Light is almost always, throughout history, been a metaphor for knowledge. In some cases, it's used as a metaphor for not simply knowledge, quote unquote, but particularly kind of advanced spiritual knowledge, how to be saved, right? Um, Sometimes, though, it's much more specific and it's meant simply as knowledge for its own sake, right? I mean, Freemasonry has been a very enlightening experience for me, but that doesn't mean it's been a spiritual experience for me. Gnosis is knowledge. Freemasonry is not Gnostic. It borrows from Gnosticism, but it borrows from Stoicism. It borrows from Egyptian philosophy. It borrows from a ton of these different organizations or philosophies and ideas. Uh, Architectural orders, but primarily it starts and it ends with stonemasonry. That's the basis on which everything else rests. No, Freemasonry does not do that, Putin's dog, and you know it doesn't. You're just being foolish. Who? Oh, the is it the Duke of York? I believe you're right. I used to know his name. He's actually the longest serving Grand Master. Duke of Kent, that's what it is. Duke of Kent, Prince Edward, is current Grand Master, United Grand Lodge of England, having served since 1967. So it was the Duke of Kent, which I thought it was. Well, I do always travel in a wheelchair. I don't use artificial legs if that's what you're asking. So yeah, I do use my wheelchair. Her name is Gwendolyn, by the way. What is the point of what? I mean, what is the point of getting together with your friends on a Friday night? You enjoy each other's company. Uh, I always preferred the wheelchair. I found it easier to get around with, easier to move, so I always enjoyed it more. I mean, if I got robot legs, that'd be really fun. Don't get me wrong, I would really enjoy that. But so far, sadly, no robot legs for me. I never lost my legs. I was born without them. I never had legs, so which is okay because I do get this cool wheelchair out of the deal, so I don't mind that. I guess not. I mean, I had artificial legs when I was a kid. I've never experienced having legs though, so because artificial legs, I'm sure, are different or feel different than quote unquote real legs, define as you will. Well, those are for a specific type of disability. I don't really need that, so um, that's not something I necessarily need. No, I don't. People can believe that or not, but I don't personally wish. I mean, I'm happy to be born the way I was. Maybe having no legs helped grant me certain skills and abilities, empathy, who knows? Help me, learn, gave me opportunities. I was in wheelchair track. I met people I would not have met otherwise. I think wishing things were different is kind of a fool's errand. You just focus on kind of you just focus on your life and making the best of it in the moment without thinking about what could have been. I think that's kind of silly. What is the point of Freemasonry? The same as the point for any group organization throughout history. We enjoy spending time with one another. So people like to spend time with each other and like to do so in a organized, somewhat manner. So that's kind of the point. I don't know what low key got motion means, but thank you for that. I'm just missing my legs. Well, I don't think Uncle Rico was living a very good life based on what I remember from that movie. So, yeah, really, why must it be more than that? Right? Why must it be more than that? I don't know because it is means. Oh, Family Day, Courtney. I love that day. I've been there a couple times. It's really, really cool. I think first of all, I think the Texas Masonic retirement community is genuinely one of the coolest and a Masonic jewel. Like it's an incredible place, and we should be supporting it all the time and talking about it all the time because they do such incredible things, and it's really incredible to see the work that they do. And Family Day is incredible there as well. I grind. There's a ton of videos here of me doing push-ups on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. I do them just on my hands, without my hands and feet. I mean, if you can make it, Courtney, maybe I'll see you there because I have made it there in the past. I love the Texas Masonic retirement community, and I loved being at Family Day. I thought it was incredible. So yeah. I don't know everything, but I will say I have a lot of knowledge about Freemasonry, and that is a good feeling because I've dedicated myself to it. The knowledge is hard earned and experienced, right? If I'd spent all my time reading about Freemasonry but never actually joined, I don't think I would have as much confidence in my knowledge, right? Freemasonry is ultimately an experiential thing. It's something that if you want to truly understand it, you can't just read about it in books. You have to actually go through the degrees and be up at 2 in the morning cleaning the lodge, getting ready for the next day. Like that stuff is what matters. That stuff is what's important. Um, well, I'm contrary to you, null and void, because I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think I'm contrary to everything. Shoot, Aussie John, what is the non-masonry question for me? Which day do I remember and never forget? I mean, that's a tough. There's a lot of days. Um, there's a lot of days like that. I mean, maybe when I joined Freemasonry is up there when I was initiated. But even then, it's not that I remember the full day. I remember kind of moments, right? Like I remember hearing the knocks on the door as I was waiting to join. Um, I remember my dad came to see my third degree. That was a pretty special day. Um, I have tried famous Texas barbecue. It's awesome. I would tried it at the family day. Um, it's really, really cool. It's delicious. I mean, Texas barbecue, there's a reason why it's famous. It should be famous. Yeah, but you ask the same questions a lot. At a certain point, you kind of just accept the answers or you don't, which is fine, right? But it's kind of the way it goes. Spaceship reveal tonight. I should do that spaceship reveal tonight, K Jewel. That would be awesome. That is totally on my list of things I plan to do. You're just being a pain in the butt, by the way. Do you really receive value from money regarding your internet services at home? Honestly, right now, no, because my internet keeps on my internet keeps on like busting out, or I have to keep on and constantly rejoin it, which is very annoying. Well, then find a different channel, null and void. You do not have to sign an NDA to be a Freemason. I mean, I've never had to sign an NDA. That would be weird if they made you sign an NDA. I'd be very skeptical. If you're looking at joining a Masonic lodge and they are making you sign an NDA before you join, that is probably a scam lodge, almost certainly. I'd be very hesitant about signing that. I mean, what I might do in such an instance and such a circumstance is I would take the NDA with me and I would show it to either the police or I would find another Masonic lodge that's legitimate and show them the NDA just because, right, you want to make sure that other people know about it. One of the biggest things I'm always trying to remind people of is if you are worried about experiencing a scam or a Masonic scam, it's a really good idea to keep track of what happened, of any communications you've had with them, and then send your records to the police and the local legitimate Masonic lodge because they need to know about it. They need to be aware of it and warned about it so they can warn other people. Um, all right. I should do another movie watch along. It's been a while, Courtney. It has been way too long. I don't know. Maybe this weekend? Who knows? I don't know for sure, but I'll see what I can do. Yeah, but I have big muscles, so it all balances itself out. Um, there's a lot of trolls. You get used to it. If you're going to be on YouTube, you got to get used to it, unfortunately. We're going to start talking about the main subject soon. Hello, Tennessee TN Freemason. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you'll take a moment to please hit like, please hit subscribe, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or how your day is going. I am on a wheelchair now. I think technically the term is in a wheelchair now. In a wheelchair, on a wheelchair. I'm sitting on a wheelchair at the moment. English isn't my first language. I mean, honestly, I speak two languages, English and bad English. So if you can speak two languages, English and anything else, you're one ahead of me. by far. The it's interesting. I think actually the technical term would be in a wheelchair, but I don't know. We have to find somebody who can let us know. I do not speak French. I wish I did. Looking back, one of my biggest regrets is not learning French. And at this point, I'm just too lazy to learn it. So our dues just went up. Hey, one of the biggest debates within Freemasonry right now is whether or not our dues in general are too low or too high or in the right spot. And no one has a good answer for that, for the record. A lot of people are debating it, what they think or where they think the dues should go. So, do you play board games in Monopoly meetings? Monopoly is a board game. Sometimes Masonic lodges will hold, for the record, sometimes Masonic lodges will hold board game nights. I've seen it happen before. So that's a cool little thing to note. And it's really interesting to, I think it's one of those examples of it's a really cool thing Masonic lodges can do, right? We're always trying to think about new ways, different ways to attract membership, to attract maybe even younger members. Holding a board game night can be a really good way to do that. There you go. Poker night last week at Lodge. That's great as well. I mean, just be willing to try different things. Be willing to fail as well. Maybe you hold a board game night and it doesn't go well on, Monday. That's okay because you can try it again on Tuesday. You can try it again on Wednesday. You can try it again in a month. Not every event is going to go well, but you just keep on trying, you just keep on pushing, and you do the best you can. And whatever happens, happens, right? Like, you need to remember one not successful event should not preclude you from trying again. And I think we in Freemasonry, we also need to remember and think about, do we sometimes, give up too easy, give up too quickly? Right. I've seen lodges try to hold an event, they don't have any success, and then as a consequence, they go, okay, we'll just never try that again. As opposed to figure out why it wasn't a success, but that doesn't mean you scrap the entire idea. And I will say this as well, the opposite is equally true. What I mean by that is I've seen Masonic lodges hold a successful event, turn around and say, okay, we've held this successful event. That must mean everything we did was perfect. And they never bother trying to improve. They never bother trying to figure out ways they can make the event better. And as a consequence, the next time they hold the event, it doesn't go as well. Right? You never want to use success to cause complacency, nor do you ever want to use failure to cause despondency, right? Both of which are equally as dangerous, and both of which are equally harmful to a Masonic lodge and to an entire Masonic body. Success should not create complacency, and failure should not create despondency. Rather, in both cases, if you have a success, you celebrate it, and then you take a moment. You take a moment to celebrate, and then you sit down and figure out what, even with the success, you could do better. What are some things within the successful event that, maybe did not go well, even though the event overall went well? And if you have if your event is a failure, you sit down, you maybe have a drink if you need to, you take a moment, you forgive yourself, and then you figure out how can we do better in future. And it's kind of what you do. Hello, Lapis Exilis. I think that was a trailer from Evil Dead. I got it on I'm on Twitter right now, or X, just looking to see what's happening. And I always try to pay attention to trends on Twitter in case something pops up that could be really important for me to discuss. I always like to pay attention to that. So sometimes media will just jump up. Like, for example, We just have a tweet from Get Prepared Canada. It's easier to protect yourself when you know what steps to take to get prepared for extreme weather, know the risks in your region. I'm going to talk about that in a second because it is Emergency Preparedness Week in Canada. Um, well, it was from the Twitters, I promise. Although Twitter makes a lot of people scream in pain, in fairness. So, is there a bar in the lodge? It depends on the lodge. Consider yourself. A lot of Masonic lodges will in fact have they'll have ballrooms or banquet spaces, and those may very often have bar areas, or they may have, private bar areas. What matters is if you do have a bar area, you need to make sure that in those, you need to make sure um, that you have all of the appropriate and proper licenses, catering licenses, insurance, that you're not using the bar, getting drunk before lodge, obviously, not driving while intoxicated, insurance, whatever it might be, right? But the most important thing to keep in mind is if you have a bar space, you're using it responsibly or you're renting it out responsibly. Um, Right. I mean, and look, a bar space can absolutely be an excellent, excellent way to make money for a Masonic lodge building. I mean, Detroit has some incredible bar spaces. The Acacia Room is unbelievable. It provides a great opportunity for rental of space or for renting space out to weddings, banquets, celebrations. But yeah, so my Masonic building does have a bar space in the ballroom. Very often, when the space is rented out, they will bring in caterers who have a catering license to serve alcohol, and they'll get obviously an SOP as well, a special occasion permit, and they'll have the appropriate insurance also. Yeah, I mean, sometimes though, informal settings are the best, I think, right? By far and away. Um, I think very often people after a lodge meeting, they're not always looking for a formal structure. They're not always looking to sit down and have a formal meeting or formal dinner or formal event. They just want to relax. They want to enjoy themselves. They want to sit with their brothers and just unwind, especially if you're lucky enough, let's say, um, to have a lodge meeting that takes place, let's say, on a Friday night. It's the end of the work week for a lot of people. You come out to your Masonic Lodge meeting, and then from there, you just get to relax and hang out and, informally sit down and have a few drinks, have some food. I think that can be a really, really helpful and really, really it can help attract people to the lodge. We see that very often, right? It's like I've honestly, in my experience, Friday nights are like legitimately so, at least in my experience, Friday nights are some of the best nights to have a lodge meeting. I find people really enjoy it because they don't have to worry about going to work the next day, so they don't mind staying out a little bit later. They're coming into the weekend and they want to be able to relax and hang out with a few guys, have a few, soda pops, whatever it might be. It can be a good way for men, especially to transition from the work week to the weekend, at least in my experience. Um, just spending time with the guys and enjoying. I agree with that completely. We're going to be ending this, or not, sorry, not ending this. We're going to be ending this general discussion soon and getting into the specific discussion point. The first point I want to bring up is um, from a Medium article I wrote. Freemasonry and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls final reports calls for justice. which we're going to talk about in a second. This is an article from May 17th, 2023 that I wrote on Medium. It's still there though. I've actually posted a link to it on my community page. Awesome, Lapis. Well, thank you for being here for a couple minutes. I really appreciate it. If you can be here for 5 minutes, if you can be here for 5 hours, I appreciate it either way. Don't forget to share the stream with others. That helps big time. Well, I definitely don't think I'm in the upper echelons of Masonry, Cyclic, though I appreciate what you said very much. You need to remember there is no such thing as the upper echelons in Freemasonry. It's not really how it works. But I am grateful that you said that, and I do appreciate that very much, so thank you. It's very kind of you to say. We're going to be, like I said, starting on the first topic shortly. Red Dress Day. And if anyone wants to do a super chat, just $2, helps people find the chat. Sorry, helps people find the stream. I'd be much, much obliged. Some in Detroit hold wrestling shows as well. I mean, you know, very often larger Masonic venues could be Detroit, could be Australia. I've seen it in other places as well, even in smaller venues where there is no other options, or the Masonic Lodge is the best option. They will hold wrestling events. I think it's great. Look, we need to make our buildings places for the public, places that the public have a relationship with and is relevant to. Relevance equals relationship. I've said that a million times, and it's true. I 100% believe that to be the case. Relevance is a relationship. If you're going to visit, if you're going to see if you're going to see a wrestling show at a Masonic hall, you now have a relationship with that Masonic hall, that Masonic building. You now have a relationship with Freemasonry, and Freemasonry has therefore become far more relevant to you. So I just think you need to keep that in mind, right? And I think it's great to see. I'm a professional wrestler, actually, Aussie John. As a referee, I worked for TNA, Can-Am, a lot of different independent promotions, which I love to do. So that's really, really cool. Who's your favorite wrestler, Aussie John? That's the question. For me, by the way, it's John Cena. I mentioned this yesterday, but I want to mention this again just because it is relevant to Freemasonry, because even for me, I'm planning to be traveling potentially this weekend. Costs to travel are going up. The weekly spikes in average gasoline prices. Indiana has gone up by 83 cents in a week. Ohio, 78. Michigan, 68. I'm right across from Michigan. Illinois, 49. I plan to go there as well. Wisconsin, 44. Montana, 37. Wyoming, 36. Florida, 31. Oklahoma, 31. And Kansas, 30 cents a gallon. I mean, I don't think your favorite can be your favorite. I don't think it makes... Whomever your favorite is fine with me. I don't know why I would be shocked by it. There's a lot of great wrestlers out there. So let's hear it. Who is your favorite professional wrestler? Hello, Ace. Thank you for being here. All right, well, let's get started anyways. Undertaker's great. Undertaker's one of the greatest of all time. There's zero doubt about that. He is absolutely one of the greatest of all time. Okay. Today is May 5th. May 5th in Canada is Red Dress Day. Observed annually, it is a national day of awareness and remembrance for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and members of the 2SLGBTQ community. Another way that they say it is MMIWG2S. It originated from Métis artist Jamie Black's Red Dress Project, using empty red dresses to symbolize violence against Indigenous women who face disproportionately higher rates of violence in Canada. Red was chosen because it's believed to be the one color spirits can see, used to call back the spirits of lost loved ones while also representing lifeblood and danger. May 5th was chosen to honor Hannah Harris, a young Montana woman murdered in 2013. Indigenous women and girls in Canada are roughly 6 times more likely to be murdered or go missing than non-Indigenous women. According to the Assembly of First Nations, I reported at CTV News, they make up 16% of female homicide victims, despite being 4.3% of the population. This is from the Canadian Encyclopedia and Canadian Institute of Health Research. So in 2013, I was working a little bit with the Can-Am Indian Friendship Center. I had some meetings with them to discuss an event we were holding at the Windsor Masonic Temple. While I was meeting with them, the center directed myself to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls final report, and more specifically, calls for justice contained therein. The final report contains 231 calls for justice divided into 18 sections. Many of these, Kevin Von Erich is awesome. Many of these calls are directed towards government and governmental agencies. However, 2 of these calls could relate specifically to Masonic organizations, which could include Masonic lodges or bodies. Call for Justice 6.1, subsection 1, ensure authentic and appropriate representation of Indigenous women, girls, and other 2SLGBTQ people, inclusive of diverse Indigenous cultural backgrounds, in order to address negative and discriminatory stereotypes. 6.1, subsection 2, support Indigenous people sharing their stories from their perspectives, free of bias, discrimination, and false assumptions, and in a trauma-informed and sensitive way. 15.2, decolonize by learning the true history of Canada Indigenous history in your local area. Learn about and celebrate Indigenous peoples' history, cultures, pride, and diversity, acknowledging the land you live on and its importance to local Indigenous communities, both historically and today. And 15, subsection 7, create time and space for relationships based on respect as human beings, supporting and embracing differences with kindness, love, and respect. Learn about Indigenous principles of relationships specific to those nations or communities in your local area. One of them here in Windsor would be Ojibwe. And put them into practice in all of your relationships with Indigenous peoples. What does it mean to virtue signal cornbread? It's 4:10 in the morning. Yes, it would be. You're at a whole different time zone than us, Ozzy, but thank you for being here nonetheless. All right, so what type of things can Masonic groups and organizations engage with? So how, I should say, can Masonic groups or organizations engage with the above calls for justice? I would say some good examples. And these are things that are not just about, although certainly it is the case that it helps us engage with the above calls. More so than that, it creates more interesting, unique, enjoyable Masonic meeting experiences, because one of the biggest things you're hearing about is we need more education in our lodge meetings. We need more history in our lodge meetings. We need more community in our lodge meetings. And this helps us with all of the above, right? Masonic groups and organizations could and should engage with the above by, for example, inviting First Nation groups or individuals to speak at Masonic meetings or events. It could be during refreshment. You could hold a virtual event, right? Maybe they could talk about their local history within the community or area in which the Masons meet. They could talk about the relationship that First Nations have historically had with Masons in that area. You could include land acknowledgements as part of lodge correspondence or at the start of meetings or other official or unofficial events. I actually, one of my favorite things I did that I'm most proud of a few years ago is I was able to craft a land acknowledgement that acknowledged both Freemasons in the area and First Nations groups in the area. We did it during a January 2024 event, which involved First Nations groups. And I was really proud of that. I thought it was really cool. Um, right. We could invite First Nations groups to engage in private or public ceremonies, depending on what is most appropriate before Masonic events. You could have a smudging ceremony. You could have some type of sharing circle, right? Smudging actually is a really interesting idea. We have at least a few Masons. Well, I shouldn't say a few. We have many Masons who are First Nations, who are Indigenous. Their practice may be to smudge. Having a smudging event, smudging ceremony before a lodge meeting is a way of showing respect for them and for their beliefs. Using our daily advancement in Masonic knowledge to learn more about the history of First Nations and Freemasonry. One source, Native American Freemasonry, is an excellent source to learn more about that history. And it's a really incredible history. To its credit, Freemasons were one of the earliest groups to welcome First Nations and Indigenous men into their organization. Chief Tecumseh, forgive me, I always forget the name if it's Brant or Grant, but I think it's Joseph Grant, a Canadian Freemason who is also Indigenous, fought in the Revolutionary War. So there's that. Read the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls final reports, calls for justice, and also Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations. Recognize National Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada, June 21st, 2023. This recognition can be done via social media, a special event, or mention in lodge, or a combination of all of the above. Also, during refreshments, you could hold, during a refreshment, maybe 1 or 2 times a year, you can have refreshments specifically that are First Nations based, right? Whatever the local diet, because it's different. There's not a single First Nations or Indigenous group, it's nations. So, the typical diet of, let's say, First Nations people in my area in Southern Ontario will be different from BC, right? But figure out what the local diet would have been and have a refreshment hour, a refreshment day, refreshment hour or refreshment time where you serve traditional First Nations food to learn more about their culture. One of the best ways to learn about culture is through what they eat, in my experience. Make sure that you have on hand items or tokens that may be of spiritual or even religious significance to the First Nations membership, right? I have in the past seen eagle feathers used in Masonic ceremonies, particularly as a volume of sacred law when a Indigenous brother is joining. I've also seen lodges keep eagle feathers on hand in case an Indigenous brother is joining and wishes to use an eagle feather as his volume of sacred law. Doesn't have to be a volume, it can be an item. I've seen that in a few different meetings and events throughout the years. Keep those on hand, Yes, these seem like small things, but they will create a more interesting, unique, and different lodge experience rather than the same old, same old. It will help forge bonds and relationships between members of the community and the Masonic Lodge, and it will help us fulfill our responsibility to have a daily advancement in Masonic knowledge. Again, there is a fascinating history of Native American Freemasonry. There's a fascinating history of local Indigenous populations and Masons stepping in and supporting them, and vice versa. And plus, it's just something different. I mean, nothing's wrong with pizza and nothing's wrong with chili as refreshments after lodge, but serving Indigenous or First Nations meals, it's something new to try and it's worth considering. And also, it brings to attention the fact that we still in Canada do have, again, Indigenous women and girls 6 times more likely to be either murdered or go missing than non-Indigenous. We still have challenges with, northern reserves. Many of them still don't have clean drinking water. Many of them have very, insane lack of access to healthcare and doctors. And I think we as Freemasons, we're trying to build, if nothing else, we're trying to build ourselves better, but we're trying to build a better community and a better world. That means a better world for everybody, including those who might be struggling at the moment. I did no answer. Consider yourself. That's a great, great Joseph Brandt. Thank you, Lucian. I always get his name wrong. I always think it's Grant. I don't know why. It's like part of my brain. Um, it's just for some reason I always get the name mixed up. Joseph Brandt. But yeah, he's a great example of a First Nations uh, or Indigenous Mason. Consider yourself, yeah, I mean, that's a really great example as well. We have at our Masonic building we offer shelf space for local artists to put up their artwork, whether it be paintings, carvings, drawings, photographs, sculptures. Having First Nations artists as well would be incredible. And one of the things I found is almost every Masonic building I've ever visited or ever attended has free wall space or free shelf space that they're doing nothing with. Why not offer it to local artists, including Indigenous artists, to promote their work? Um, I think that it's a little thing, but believe me, they'll appreciate it. And especially if your building is used by the public at all for any type of events, the public will appreciate seeing something different and new as well. Consider finding local First Nations groups, sorry, First Nations owned businesses, and see if you can organize some type of event with them showing off different items within the lodge. Like all of that stuff matters a lot. And again, if nothing else, you develop a new relationship. I've said it a million times, relevance is a relationship. And relevance is necessary for lodges to grow, which means relationships are necessary for our lodges to grow. Also, consider within your Masonic correspondence, especially your summons, consider trying to communicate in multiple languages, including sometimes communicating in Indigenous or First Nations languages. It's a little thing, but we have the opportunity to help in some way, in some shape, or in some form. We have the way, we have the ability to help promote language. I've chosen in my Masonic correspondences to include, um, to include First Nations languages. I even included different First Nations ways to translate the term Freemasonry. It's a little thing, but it matters a lot. Well, we right now have a rainy day, and I do this just like I do on sunny days. So, what are you going to do? Yeah, no, and I think those are just a few examples I have. I could do way more, but those are just a few examples I would give. So, I have to find them now. Here's what I remember is really cool, and I'll find it and then I'll share it when I can. But I remember I tried to find the Mohawk translation for the word Freemasonry, and I remember the literal translation for it was "they who love one another." So I thought that was really interesting. Um, you know, they who love one another. I thought that was kind of cool. But I'll look for those, and maybe I'll share them on my socials. So make sure to follow me on all my different socials, um, because you'll find my stuff there. Okay, well then, I guess I'm doing a bad job. I'm not really trying to promote Freemasonry precisely. I'm trying to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. Um, and part of that relevance is relevance to First Nations groups. Um, though you strike me as more of a Matt Walsh guy, so, that might be where you want to go. Um, I don't really watch the World Cup, so my World Cup watching events would not be enjoyable because I don't know enough about it to actually do a decent job promoting it, or not even promoting it, just watching it. I don't even know. Isn't it taking place in America this year? Because there are no running around naked rituals in Freemasonry. Um, you are looking at a bunch of nonsense on social media. I mean, first of all, I can't run anywhere, anyways, but even if I could, I would not do so naked in a Masonic lodge. Luciano promotes Freemasonry. I more try to promote the ways it's been relevant to the communities in which it's been located. So, for example, when I talk about the Masonic Charities Foundation and all the money that they give, that's not me promoting Freemasonry per se. If you hear that and you decide that that makes you want to join Freemasonry, great. But it's more just a point of fact, and it's pointing that relevance. But I also talk about ways and things that I think Freemasonry can do to be more relevant to the communities and to make the world a better place. And I think supporting the calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls final report is one way that we can create much greater relevance in our communities. Um, I'm sure it was. I'm also sure it was bullshit, cornbread. First of all, why are two Freemasons debating one Orthodox Christian? Why are we in Freemasonry debating anybody? Like, people can think what they want about Freemasonry. It's not our job to try to convert anybody. I don't even like that term because Freemasonry is not a religion. It's not our job to try to convince anybody. It's just our job to say, or it's my job, because I speak for myself, to say what I think of Freemasonry, both positively and the areas where I think it's failing and falling down. Um, and people can tune in or not tune in if they so choose. Or sometimes talk about what I think Freemasonry should do, such as answering these calls for action. And like I said, including education in Masonic meetings about the history between Freemasonry and First Nations, having refreshments that serve traditional First Nations or Indigenous food to celebrate the culture, making sure you have eagle feathers, and making sure that you are respectful of Indigenous culture. And if their volume of the sacred law is an eagle feather, using that, including First Nations language in summons and correspondence, including land acknowledgements in a variety of different areas. On correspondence, fundraise for local Indigenous charities, create relationships with local Indigenous businesses. All that stuff can be helpful. Who cares? Why is 33rd and 32nd relevant? Right? What is this weird obsession with 33 degrees and 32 degrees? What does that actually mean? My suspicion is you don't know. Well, they would be Indigenous as Asians if they crossed the land bridge from, well, I guess you can pick your thing. I mean, when you get here first, at a certain point, you get here first, right? Like the Masonic Lodge building, the Masonic building, this building here, where I meet, it's the first building that was ever built on that land. There was nothing there before that building was ever built. If eventually, heaven forbid, we sell the building or we move or who knows what happens and a new group takes it over, I would hope that they would still acknowledge what that space was, what it was used for, and show some kindness to the Masons who once upon a time built that building or created it, even if they have to leave. I think first is actually a pretty relevant thing and actually does matter quite a bit. The first humans to get somewhere, I think, have a pretty decent claim to it. I mean, if human beings ever make it to Mars, knock on wood, we do. I'd love to see us on Mars. Um, the first humans to arrive there, I think, do get to claim Mars for themselves. And then if another group shows up and wants it, I mean, Mars is big enough, we can all just spread out. But in theory, first is actually a pretty relevant metric to gauge ownership, I think. That's actually was what the whole like homesteading was based on, right? Um, okay, null and void, you can unsub from my channel, that's fine. Ye- yes, Windsor, Ontario. Where am I from? I'm from Canada. Born and raised in Windsor, Ontario. Sorry, born and raised in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Currently live in Windsor, Ontario. I am from Canada. There is no such thing as a Masonic crusade. We're not crusaders. We're not religious. It's not our job to take back any city for any religious figure, Jesus or otherwise. What year is my lodge charter? Well, I'm a member of 5 Masonic lodges, Joseph. My mother lodge was chartered in 1883. So it is 142 years old, which is crazy. Then I also joined Harmony, which was chartered in 1921, and Border Cities, which was chartered in 1921 as well, if I recall correctly. I'm also a member of Lodge Holy Land out of Jerusalem and Tranquility Lodge 2000 out of Texas. Tranquility Lodge was chartered, if I recall correctly, in 1970 or 1969 to coincide with the moon landing, thereabouts. And I don't know when Lodge Holy Land was chartered. I think like 50 years ago, but I could be mistaken. Um, Make sure you do that, Courtney. Get to your family. That's the most important thing. But thank you for being here nonetheless. I appreciate it very much. Focus on family business. Freemasons will always tell you to focus on family business first. But let me know, because obviously there are Indigenous people within Texas. Let me know if you ever do anything, create any relationships in your lodge with Indigenous groups. Maybe invite them to the lodge to have a discussion, talk about famous Texas Freemasons who are also First Nations. Um, I think that'd be really cool to learn more about. Also, wait, I was going to say something, now I can't think of it. One thing that I completely forgot to mention, and I should when it comes to First Nations groups and Freemasonry, because I did a whole interview on this, is the um, Oklahoma Indian Degree Team, which is an incredible team out of Oklahoma. They are all First Nations brethren, and they travel around North America, Canada, and Europe, putting on third degrees in. They do so entirely in ceremonial, like headdress and ceremonial First Nations garbs. I don't want to use the term costumes, but clothing, if you will. They're actually performing or holding a third degree, 3 p.m., May 17th, at 6800 Soaring Eagle Boulevard, Mount Pleasant, 48858. All recognized Master Masons with a valid dues card are welcome to attend. Attendance is free. Please arrive early as we will be checking dues cards. Now, the 17th of May is one day before the Michigan annual communication starts. But, I would suggest if you get the chance, um, and you're a Master Mason in good standing, consider going to it. The Oklahoma Indian Degree Team is incredible. They are a absolute feather in the cap of Freemasonry, pun not intended, both in North America and around the world. And again, another example of the way Freemasonry is connected with Indigenous communities and Indigenous cultures. So if you're in Michigan and you can make your way to Mount Pleasant, Michigan, Sunday, 3 p.m., Oklahoma Indian Degree Team Master Mason degree. It's going to be incredible. I loved my interview with them. I thought it was really, really cool. So, hello, Gooey. I see you. You need to calm down. Spirit of Justice. I mean, if you have other things going on, you have other things going on, right? You can't always Unfortunately, as much as you will all try our best, we can't always make it, you know? But you can check out my interview about or with the Oklahoma Indian degree team. Joseph Nicholson. I mean, I'm debating if I'll make it or not. I'm from Windsor. I'd love to go, but this is why I always talk about the price of gas. Getting there would be very expensive. The cost to cross the border has gone up by $8 for a round trip. It was $15 to take the Link bus. Now it's 19. On top of that, bus fares are going up quite a bit. So part of me is thinking I need to get all my travel in now because it is not going to get any cheaper um, anytime soon. Okay, I mean, hey, some people, whatever lodge you choose to join, what matters most is that you enjoy it and that, it doesn't be recognized per se, but that it's engaging in legitimate activities. Sometimes, unfortunately, unrecognized lodges can be engaging in criminal activities or, you know, like scams, taking money without offering anything. If your lodge is something you enjoy and is treating you well, that's the most important thing. And then you can find and create your own Masonic experiences, right? Um, I probably won't be attending. Again, it's just super expensive. There's a lot happening though that whole weekend. Even to stay at the Soaring Eagle Hotel, I'm sure there's discounts, but I'm curious how much the actual cost of it is. Because I feel like it would not be cheap probably. But I know it's north of Alma. Though maybe Airbnb has some decent options. Honestly, not terrible. Canadian, oops, no exact, looks like it's sold out actually. But the Days Inn, which is 1 kilometer from Soaring Eagle, is 113. Baymont is 138. I'm going to talk about emergency preparedness in a second, but I now know the Ontarian. Awesome. Being from a ski lodge would be awesome. Consider yourself. All right, we're just going to put you in a bit of a timeout over here. But being from the ski lodge would be a lot of fun. Michael Moore, has your lodge ever done anything related to like First Nations or Indigenous groups? Like had them come and do a discussion at your lodge or talk about the history of First Nations and Jesus, Airbnb is not cheap or whatever it might be? And would you ever consider doing things like having some type of events or promotions or celebrations of Indigenous and First Nations culture? Uh, I've never understood that term, cornbread. Why is it virtue signaling? Why can't it just be something I genuinely believe in? Why is the assumption that I'm virtue signaling? It's kind of a dumb view to take. I never got that. It's kind of like, I don't know what your beliefs are, but, if you were to come on, I don't know, and say some bullshit, and I were to say, oh, you're just virtue signaling for whatever group, agrees with that. Maybe you just genuinely believe what you're saying. Um, you know, which my suspicion is stupid, but I've never understood the virtue signaling argument. It's like, yeah, there are some people who will say things just because they want to get in with a particular group or organization. There are a lot of people, though, who just genuinely believe certain things. Um, well, it's my stream, so I can talk about whatever I want, cornbread. You're not the smartest one in the world. All right. Next up, Emergency Preparedness Week 2026. Why are you nervous? Mario knows it's God. I mean, I don't get me wrong. Whenever you're looking at doing something new, or looking at doing something different, or joining a different group or a new group, it makes sense. Mario knows it's God that there would be a little bit of nerves. I mean, to be honest, even when I looked at first joining Freemasonry, and I grew up around Freemasonry, my dad was a Freemason. Um, I was still kind of nervous. So I suppose, in fairness, um, it makes sense that, um, yeah, again, it's because you're trying something new and different. So I suppose it does make sense that you would be a little bit nervous. What I would suggest though is, um, what I would suggest is as much as possible, and I know it's kind of like telling someone who's having a panic attack to calm down. It's kind of silly advice, but nonetheless, my advice for you, for whatever it's worth, is don't be nervous as much as possible because, at the end of the day, all you can do is apply, be honest, upfront, direct about why you want to join, what you hope to get from Freemasonry, what you hope to contribute to Freemasonry, and then let the lodge decide, right? At a certain point, it's kind of out of your control. I'm not saying that in like a negative sense. It's just, it is what it is, right? Being nervous is not going to make it more likely that you're accepted or less likely. So if it's not going to make a difference, it's not going to make a difference, right? I guess that's my philosophy. Um, and that's what I always try to remember to myself when I start to get nervous. It's like, is the nerves or are the nerves that I'm feeling, are they going to make whatever I want easier, more likely, right? And to me, it almost never is the case. I've never seen worry actually help me in any way. So, but I mean, having said that, look, I can definitely get and understand why you would be nervous. Because it is, it's something new, it's something different, it's something you've not experienced before, but you've done what you can, you've done your best, and if you can say that and look in the mirror and say that, then what more can you do? Um, Spirit of Justice, I'm going to be a fourth degree Mark Master Mason soon. Really excited. That's awesome, Spirit. Congratulations. Um, I hope it goes very well for you. I know how dedicated you are to. I know how dedicated you are to Freemasonry, and so I wish you best of luck in the Mark Master Mason degree. Yes, a past master is a former master of the lodge. Now, if you are an immediate past master, what that means is you were the most recent master before the current one. But there is, you can be a 30-year past master in theory, or you can be a 5-year past master, or if you're a worshipful master in 2025, you are the immediate past master this year. Yeah, Spirit of Justice, you are welcome. And like I said, I know how dedicated you are. So good for you. Past master. Let me just make sure I'm saying that clearly. So May 3rd to May 9th is Emergency Preparedness Week. I don't know if this is a international week or if this is well, Freemasonry is definitely the path of pain as someone who has experienced a lot of Masonic pain, but it's not the path of subjugation. Everything in Freemasonry is completely of your own free will and accord, and the amount of pain you take on is completely up to you. Kind of saying it that way is kind of like saying joining a gym is the path of pain. Like, you can be a member of a gym and never show up to the gym and never do any work, and then it's going to be a completely painless experience. But if you actually want to do something with your membership and put time and effort and work into it, then yeah, you're going to work out and you're going to have sore muscles and it's going to be a somewhat painful experience, but you're going to grow stronger and more fit. Freemasonry is the same thing. Membership is just membership. It's a card in your wallet. Actually putting in the work and showing up and trying to make things a success, that can be, shall we say, a very interesting experience. Positive or negative. You kind of have to decide that for yourself. Yeah, the Pope could be a Freemason. There is no dogma of Freemasonry, right? Because dogma is a religious term. I don't like that. And honestly, the Masonic principles, kind of Masonic ritual that exists in Tennessee is different than Texas, is different than Michigan, is different than North America, is different throughout North America, is different throughout South America. To the extent that there is any type of Masonic dogma, I've always given this example, it is the belief that the world can be made better. Sorry, it is the belief that it is worth spending time with other people, which is the dogma for any club or any group, to be honest. It's worth spending time with other people. Some might say brotherly love, relief, and truth. But I just think at its core, it's that. It is a dogmatic belief within Freemasonry that it is worth spending time with others, regardless of their political or religious affiliations. Um, oh, that's the old there is no truth but this, which is a truth statement, right? Um, but the dogma is that there is no consistent dogma across Masonic bodies. I've said it a million times. Freemasonry is decentralized. What that means is there's no single, like with the Catholic Church, A, it's a religion, so it's different. But B, you have a Vatican, you have a Pope who's telling you, okay, this is the official stance of the Catholic Church. There is nobody doing that within Freemasonry. Ontario can create an official stance for Ontario that does not apply outside of Ontario. So you need to keep that in mind. Um, I do not worship the devil. Freemasons do not worship the devil. Freemasonry is not a religion, so it is not set up to worship anything, right? We're not equipped to worship. I've never met a satanic Freemason, by the way. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've never met one. And I've met a lot of Freemasons in my day. So I've never heard of Jay Dyer Spear, but I have. I mean, the idea that there's Masonic dogma, for some reason, everybody always ties it back into the 33rd degree. It drives me crazy. Um, that so I'm not sure what you mean by authorization granted. I mean, it is our nature to grant authorization to different people based on different whatever it might be, right? Like you authorize your boss at work to tell you whether you can come to, what time to show up to work, what time to leave, how much he pays you. You authorize your landlord to take money from you every month. You authorize the police to potentially arrest you. Like to live in society means you are granting authorizations to individuals at a certain point, right? It's just kind of our nature. So I don't really know what that means. Is what dogmatic? That there is no singular governing body of Freemasonry? That's not dogmatic. That's just the way it is. I mean, dogma is a group of people sitting down and creating a set of rules and then applying it to everybody. Nobody ever sat down and said Freemasonry will be decentralized, or for that matter, Freemasonry will be centralized. There were just things just kind of evolved the way they evolved, and they evolved in such a way that Freemasonry remains decentralized with no single governing body. So we don't worship anybody, right? Freemasonry is not a religion, so we don't worship any man. We have worshipful masters, but you also in court will very often call the judge his worship, or we will very often call mayors their worship. That doesn't mean literally worshiping them. That simply is a title meaning deserving of respect based on the office. It's more about the office, not the man. But we're not worshiping or prostrating ourselves or anything like that. Um, um, there you go. The only dogma is my pet German Shepherd. So finally, let's see if we can get into this. Emergency Preparedness Week 2026. I don't know if this is a national or international week, But there is no doubt emergencies can happen without warning. That's why they're called emergencies, right? Emergencies happen without warning. There's a variety of different emergencies that you could experience while in a Masonic lodge meeting or a Masonic event. Um, it could be obviously emergency weather situations. You could end up having a blizzard, a rainstorm, flooding, an earthquake, right? All those things are absolutely possible during a Masonic event. I would say climate matters a great deal. If you happen to be in Ontario, Canada, maybe especially in winter, blizzards are very likely, especially kind of sudden blizzards that can make driving conditions impossible, that can result in shelter in place warnings. But I was actually once in a Masonic meeting and we had an earthquake during it, on a side note. So there is weather related emergencies. Flooding, flash flooding is a very big issue as well. You could also be dealing with medical emergencies. A brother could experience a heart attack, a stroke, an injury, who knows what it is, could fall down the stairs. That's a huge deal as well to keep in mind. Um, there could be obviously a fire, which could be a result of some type of weather emergency, like lightning hits the building, or it could just be any other number of instances and circumstances that result in a fire. It could be a man made emergency. Heaven forbid you have an active shooter, or heaven forbid you have some type of altercation, violence outside of your lodge building. Unfortunately, violence is on the rise in some instances, not across the board. Actually, the last stats I saw was violence is going down, but these things still happen, and there have been examples of Freemasons being targeted for violence, including in the States. So I think because emergencies can happen anytime, because we as Freemasons are in a position where we may experience an emergency during a meeting or during an event, it is our responsibility to try to make sure, especially at the building level, but also at the organizational level, we are prepared, if possible, for emergencies. Um, some of these could include cornbread. Many people have left and told the secrets without consequence. First aid kits. Do our Masonic buildings have first aid kits therein? Are they checked regularly? First aid supplies actually do expire. A lot of people don't realize that, but first aid kits do expire over time, at least the items within. So check your first aid kits regularly, make them easily accessible. Um, a first aid kit that you can't get to quickly because it's on the bottom of a shelf on top of like a million other items or way in the back somewhere, or nobody knows where it is. It's not easily, seen or accessible, is not helpful. So have a first aid kit, have it checked regularly, um, and make sure the membership and guests know where the first aid kits are located. If you are renting out your space for a wedding, a celebration, does somebody who's renting out the space know where to find the first aid kits? Um, Also, ask the question, what about first aid itself? Do any members know basic first aid and how to react in case of an emergency? I think it's incumbent upon at least the worshipful master, senior warden, junior warden, secretary, treasurer. I think at least one of those need to have first aid training and have it regularly certified or recertified. My first aid training lasts for 2 years. Um, and does the Masonic body have a list of members who know basic first aid should emergency arise? So if heaven forbid there is, let's say, a heart attack or a crisis, a medical crisis in the lodge, do you know who has first aid and who can respond? Not a bad thing to know, right? And obviously, first and foremost, you're contacting 911. However, after that, and after 911 has been contacted and arrived, do you know and have a list of emergency contacts who can be advised of the emergency? Like, let's say my brother has a heart attack, he's taken to the hospital. Do I have the number to call his wife, his parents, his family, so they know what happened and where he is, as opposed to leaving the family in the dark. Now, on most phones, they do have a lock screen app which has your medical information and your emergency contacts. So, let's say, heaven forbid, I have a heart attack in Lodge. Brethren can take my phone, go to the homepage, and find my emergency contacts, and they'll have the phone numbers of the people they need to call to make sure that they know what happened to me and where I've gone. Um, right? Freemasons come in all ages and in all types of health, but many are older and many are at higher risk of medical emergencies such as stroke, heart attack, trip, and fall. In many cases, a Masonic building will also contain public spaces, kitchens, concert venues, etc., all of which present opportunities for revenue, public relations, and potential emergencies. Having adequate first aid precautions is an important way to mitigate those risks. Keeping in touch. After a Masonic meeting, do you have anyone keeping track of members making it home safely? If a member does not make it home safely, is there an emergency number families can contact? Right? Sometimes Masonic meetings run late. Refreshments can make a Masonic evening run even later. Combine driving late at night with any potential weather-related emergencies, such as a blizzard, rainstorm, hailstorm. Suddenly, emergencies are very possible. Taking a few moments to ensure members make it home safely, or having an emergency number to call if a member does not make it home safely, could potentially save lives or at least limit potential harms. You know, John Smith, it's 3 in the morning. John Smith has not made it home from the lodge. Could the wife, the mom, whoever it is, does she have a number she could call to make sure he's okay? Does that brother have a cell phone on him and is it fully charged? It may be worth, especially in colder climates, making sure membership has within their cars emergency kits, including things like flares, blankets, and first aid basics in case of a car breakdown, crash, or similar emergency. In Northern Ontario, and I'd imagine this is true of the UP as well, the Upper Peninsula, getting from one Masonic Lodge meeting to the other can be literally a 4, 5, 6 hour drive. And if you're the district deputy and you have to make that drive, do you have an emergency kit in your car with all the basics you'll need if you get stuck in a rural area between towns? Fire, fire, fire. Does your Masonic building have accessible and identifiable fire escapes? Does your Masonic building have accessible and identifiable fire extinguishers? Does your Masonic building have working and regularly checked smoke alarms, heat sensors, and other detection systems? Is your Masonic building regularly inspected to ensure all of the above remain in working order? Does your Masonic building have a fire plan or evacuation plan posted somewhere for membership and guests? Right? Does the building have emergency lighting? Does the membership know who may require assistance in case evacuation is required? Does your membership bring working cell phones in case a 911 call is required? It may also be in the interest of Masonic buildings to invite the fire department on a tour. Many Masonic buildings are older, have unique features not found in typical buildings. Having a fire department tour the building in advance means, in case of a fire or similar emergency, the firefighters and first responders will navigate the building quickly and efficiently. Right? Natural disaster and weather. Natural disasters and weather patterns such as hurricanes, earthquakes, flash floods, and severe storms, tornadoes can all create emergencies. In case of an earthquake, flash flood, or other emergency, does your membership know how to respond? Do we have an evacuation plan in place? Do we have brethren who will have a phone in case there is a shelter-in-place warning? I'm personally not a believer in bringing cell phones into the lodge room. I think cell phones should remain outside the lodge room, except I think the secretary or assistant secretary should have a phone in case there is a shelter-in-place warning. The above examples have all been natural emergencies, but human beings are capable of creating emergencies without Mother Nature's help. Perhaps the most discussed type of man-made emergency in recent years is active shooters or criminal activities such as arson. Taking the time, putting in the work to create a secure building is, of course, the best way to mitigate these emergencies. This includes having secure doors that are locked as necessary, surveillance cameras and active monitoring of the same, alarm systems, all of which should be checked regularly, keeping in touch with local police services, and taking part in active shooter drills or similar courses. During an active shooter situation, does your Masonic building or membership have a plan in place? Does your membership bring working cell phones in case a 911 call is required? Is your building properly insured against any of these emergencies or disasters, man-made or otherwise? Like, for example, arson, graffiti, or flash flooding, or blizzards that damage the roof, or hurricanes, whatever it might be. Right? The above ideas and questions are not the be-all and end-all of emergency preparedness. We encourage our readership to consult legal counsel, medical counsel, etc. when preparing emergency plans. However, we hope that the above ideas and questions at least provided a starting point by which to judge how prepared your Masonic lodge or building is for any emergencies which may arise. Depending on the makeup of your Masonic lodge or body, it may be appropriate to communicate emergency plans in multiple languages, including Braille on emergency signage. As in all circumstances, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Having adequate insurance, and perhaps taking out special insurance for large events, reviewing your building's safety features regularly, discussing safety with membership and guests, represent the duty of every Mason and every citizen. Inviting EMS services for special events, and more. One thing I've noticed is a lot of times Masons will hold special events and we won't have EMS services present. You can often rent them out if they're available, and it costs a bit of money, but again, it's worth a pound of cure, so why not, Well, they should be denied entry, but our Masonic lodges taking the time, for example, to lock the doors, to make sure they're locking the doors in advance, It seems like a little thing. I assure you it's not. It actually matters a lot. So that's just my advice on that. Do we have a plan in place to lock the doors? Or do we have monitoring, security? Do we have good lighting around our building? That's a huge deal for these. I need to see what's happening. I need to see what's going on. So do police if they arrive because there's an active shooter. Do we have a record of who's using our buildings and when? Right? Now, obviously, everything is a trade-off. Everything is a balance, right? Like, I've seen buildings who make it so secure that it becomes a pain in the butt to get in the building and people don't want to come out anymore because it's just so much work to get in the building because you need 6 different keys for 6 different doors. Everything in life is a balance. Everything in life is a trade-off. And you have to figure out which is which, or what trade-off is that you want to make. But I think it's incredibly important that we think about these things. I don't know what you think about that, Michael, but I know, look, Detroit has done an incredible job with security, with safety, with emergency preparedness. I know they have an excellent staff that's well trained as well. So, Detroit has done an incredible job. There's no doubt about that. Thank you, James. That's very kind of you. Cornbread is asking, how would wheelchair guys... Well, I would be able to perform the Heimlich maneuver because I can get my arms around somebody and I'm pretty strong. So I probably would not be able to do it necessarily as well as others. I would do my best. The first thing I would do is call 911, period, before I did anything else. And then I would start trying the Heimlich maneuver. Or, if I recall correctly, there's like a slap on the back as well. But, let's say, for example, you are paralyzed, you can't use your arms or your legs, you're paraplegic, or quadriplegic, excuse me. That's not to say there's nothing you can do. You can call 911, you can call for help immediately. You can, you do the best you can as best you can, right? Again, even with these emergency preparedness, there is zero guarantee that everything we do, you could plan ahead a million different reasons. Um, it doesn't mean you're always going to be able to plan for every contingency or every emergency. But at a certain point, what you have to do is know that you tried your best and hopefully take a level of comfort in the fact that you tried your best. I know it sounds kind of cheesy or whatever it is, but it's true. Um, because what more can we do but our best, by definition? Well, I don't think we need to know karate necessarily, but having said that, self defense, if used exclusively for self defense, is not a bad thing to have, even if for no other reason than from a health perspective. So, Brother Michael Moore, what do you think about some of those suggestions for Emergency Preparedness Week? Did any of it make sense to you? Are there some examples of things you could think of from your building that represent emergency preparedness? Um, Absolutely. And I know that even for me, sometimes when I try and fail, it can be, sometimes this idea of, well, at least I tried my best can feel like a very, I don't know what the word is, can feel like a very, um, small comfort, but at least it's something. We just went and updated emergency. So that's a perfect example of it, as Michael Moore says. Yeah. Updating emergency lighting and exit signs, having chest paddles. I'm assuming the staff is trained on how to use the chest paddles as well, the defibrillators. We had to learn that when we took our first aid. I'm also assuming your staff has first aid training, is my assumption. Though I think maybe Mason should have it as well. I'm from Canada, born and raised in Windsor. Sorry, born and raised in Winnipeg. Currently live in Windsor, Ontario. So yeah, we have security cameras for the lodge, but also for the entranceways. That is awesome to hear as well. That is very, very cool to hear. Um, I'm assuming the security cameras are regularly checked, or I don't know if the recording is kept for how long, but I'm assuming there's a time frame where you still have access to the recording and the playback. So if something does happen, heaven forbid, you can go back and check it. What is banned? I never heard of that before, but that's really cool. I don't have any Indian neighbors, at least I don't believe on my floor, but I have many Indian friends. They're awesome people. Really? Is that an app that's in Canada as well? I have to check that out. I never heard of that before. But that's a really cool thing. Do you think the elder, I mean, it sounds to me like you're asking about, um, it sounds like you're asking about, what's his name, Lovecraft and like the eldritch monsters, which I'm not really sure about. Yeah, and send it to me. I'd appreciate that. I will look into it. It's a really cool idea. Because again, there are times when I really worry about, I mean, again, especially in summer months, it's less of a concern. The weather's a little bit better, but believe me, in winter, there are plenty of times when I start to get a little bit worried about brethren driving home, especially if they're older. We get a blizzard. Winnipeg, I mean, Windsor's got its storms, don't get me wrong, but Winnipeg had some really nasty storms. Well, I mean, when you say my explanation, the no push-ups today yet, but I may do some tonight. When you say explanation of the all-seeing eye, I mean, the all-seeing eye is sometimes known as the eye of Ra. It's sometimes known as um, it's sometimes known as the eye of Ra. It's sometimes known as the eye of Providence. It's not an exclusively Masonic symbol, which we need to keep in mind. But for me personally, my understanding of it has always been it's a reminder that what we do in life, we like to think to ourselves that whatever we do in life, if it's done in private, no one sees it, or if nobody learns about it, it's fine. The all-seeing eye is a reminder that whatever we do and wherever we go, somebody is watching us. You can view that something or someone as our conscience, as your supreme being, as your higher power. You can look at it as karma if you want, but it's there and it's watching us. And that should remind us to try to act in a manner that is positive and helpful and charitable and good to those around us as much as possible. Thank you. This is really interesting. I'll look into this. Maybe I'll bring it up tomorrow on so basically it's almost like a Facebook kind of app where everybody can sign into it and then they can just check in when they make it home, that type of thing. We don't know for sure it's going to happen or not yet, Jonah the Owl. I'm still in the testing phase. They need to do more testing or more checkups with some different specialists. So I don't know if it will happen or not yet. If it does, I think maybe July, but I don't know for sure. Right? I don't want to make anybody think I'm doing it for sure, but I am in the process. I do want to give a couple of notes because some people have said some interesting things about this. I've talked about this before. First of all, there is no pressure by anybody to donate my kidney, including the people who would be taking the kidney. What I mean by that is the surgeons, the doctors, the donor team. The donor team and the recipient team are kept completely separate. So what that means is, like the donor team, the team that's responsible for me and removing the kidney, they are, and all of the treatments and the recovery time, they are worried first and foremost about me. And that's it. They're not thinking about the recipient. So they're very honest and direct about the dangers and the risks associated with it. They're very direct and honest about the challenges of recovery. They're very direct and they're very honest about what it will mean, and also that at any given point I can revoke my consent. Up until 3 minutes before the surgery, I can turn around and say, I've changed my mind. I no longer consent to the process. This idea that some people seem to have that organ donation is they're trying to force you into it or they're doing it for money. No money's changed hands, nor should it, with the exception of we do have this thing called the preload program. So any costs associated with my travel to and from appointments for organ donation, those are those are being potentially reimbursed after the fact, right? The cost of the bus fare to and from London, meals while I'm there, if I need to get a hotel to stay overnight, all of that is being covered potentially through the preload program. But nobody's getting paid for my kidney. I'm not getting, none of that stuff is happening, and they're not trying to force you into it. They go through a ton of testing to make sure it's safe medically for you to proceed. And so all of that stuff, I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories, people saying it's, they're trying to farm kidneys or they're trying to steal kidneys from you or whatever it might be. That's not how it's worked at all. Nor have I ever felt any pressure to do so. And by the way, another conspiracy theory, which I think is insane, is people telling me if I'm an organ donor when I pass away, or sorry, if you complete the organ donation thing on, like if you sign up to be an organ donor and you get into an accident or are injured, they won't do their best to save you because they're just going to take the organs and that's what they want. Or that, if they're performing surgery on me to remove the kidney because I'm an organ donor, they'll just basically, end me and then take the rest of my organs as well, which is absolute nonsense. There's been plenty of people who've donated kidneys who are, out of it on the other side, just fine. They're not harvesting any of their organs from them. And like I said, throughout this entire process, the doctors, the nurses, everybody has been very clear about the risks and has not pressured me in any way to do it. In fact, you could argue in some ways they've been pressuring me to go the opposite route just because they're so clear about the risks that I'll be experiencing in a surgery, because every surgery carries risks and every recovery can be challenging. However, as past Grand Master Russ Travonia pointed out on a Facebook post I made, this is an example of repairing our world, which is something that he, as a past Grand Master and part of the Masonic Civility Project, has been working really hard to do. And also, some Masons have got in touch with me and advised me of, kids or grandkids they have who've needed living kidney donations and have just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to me for not even for doing it, just for looking into it and just for considering it and just through going through the process of it. So I don't think they should pay for the kidney, Gooey. I think that creates too many risks of malfeasance and malpractice. And once you bring money into it, there becomes some really significant risks of, again, you shouldn't be auctioning off your kidney based on who can pay for it. You cannot, well, I don't believe in ball. I mean, Freemasons has nothing to do with ball as well. So, no. Well, so Edith, it's not my health challenges, it's somebody else's health challenges, right? I'm looking at donating a kidney. So I'm healthy, knock on wood. But that's not to say that my brethren or a friend of mine might, does need a kidney potentially or needs a kidney, and I may be donating to him. So if you want to learn more about it, the best place to go potentially is one place you can go is the organ transplant program through London Health Sciences Center. They have a great website. They answer a lot of questions. So you can check that out. But yeah, I've had some Masons and some non-Masons as well reach out to me and just say, thank you for considering this. So I think that's really cool. And what I would say, Lord Christ, is don't worry about controlling Baal, worry about controlling yourself and make the best decisions you can make in your life. That's really all you need to do. Let the rest be what it will be. I don't think you can control anybody other than yourself. No, the conspiracy is not true. Again, I can just speak from my experiences. If there ever was an opportunity to harvest organs from somebody, it would be me. Because if this does happen, I'm going to find myself basically at their mercy. They are in no way, shape, or form trying to, you know, rush me into it or harvest my organs. So I'd be a prime candidate, I suppose. That is right, Brother Michael Moore. Masons don't. I mean, I don't believe I don't believe in demons necessarily in any way. But if I did, I don't believe we could control them. So, right, Freemasonry should not be about control. So those were the couple things I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about missing, murdered, and Indigenous Women's Day. Michael, if your lodge ever does anything kind of related to First Nations and Freemasonry, let me know. I'd love to try to check it out. And that thank you for letting me know what your lodge has been up to as it relates to and when it comes to um, or your building comes to safety measures and emergency preparedness, because that's a really huge deal. So we should keep those things in mind. For the time being, we're going to hang out. Now, by the way, I got my census form in. I'm actually really curious because it's been so long since I filled out the census. I'm really curious what that's going to look like. And if maybe there be any questions that could apply to Freemasonry somehow. Like, am I a member of any clubs or groups? I don't know. I'm curious. So I will be filling it out and I'll let you guys know how it goes. I mean, Corvin, Thursday 4th is after installation. That's awesome. I'm a bit afraid it doesn't matter my will, but communication. I mean, if you're going to Greece, that is awesome. I hope that you have a great time. Greece, I've never been to Greece, but I've heard it's absolutely beautiful. So maybe take some pictures, share them on social media. I'd love to visit Greece. Again, as a Freemason, obviously, for me, anytime, it comes to um, stonemasonry, ancient masonry, um, like, I care about that because it, without question and without doubt, um, we are evolved, we are descendants of operative masonry and stonemasonry. And a big part of that is we should care about the stonemasonry and the operative masonry, all around the world, including ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, um, even further back. And also, by the way, one of the mistakes I think we make in Freemasonry is we very often forget to talk about South American stonemasonry, Peru, for example, the Incan Empire, the Mayan Empire. In fact, very few people realize this. The very first square and compasses ever discovered, or the very first example of the square and compasses, are not from North America, or sorry, not from Europe. They are from South America. They were found in Peru, if I recall correctly. Let me just double check to make sure I got the country right. First square and compass, or actually, I'll say oldest, not the first. Oldest square. It was Peru, I believe. There it is. So the oldest reported physical examples of the square and compasses symbol used together, which are often associated with Freemasonry, date back to the late 16th century, specifically found in Cuzco, Peru, around 1580 to 1620. Right, and Peru, again, is a country in South America. So we maybe, I will always hear about Freemasons talking about their connections to ancient Egypt and Europe and stonemasonry, all of which is true, and stone Masonic guilds. We forget about Peru, and I think that's really, really unfortunate. So, nice. You made me jealous, Thomas. I'd love to visit Cairo, Egypt. Um, I agree with that. Learning the language is, I mean, I'm terrible at languages. I wish I was better, but I think that would be awesome. Without a doubt, I think it'd be awesome to learn more about the languages in different countries around the world. Whenever I travel, I try my best to somewhat immerse myself in local cultures. Um, you know, um, I really wish, like, I try to take public transport as much as possible. I try to use buses and trains. I try to meet local people. Yes, I want to do sometimes, and I enjoy sometimes sometimes I really do enjoy going to the tourist destinations, but I also want to eat at the local restaurants. I want to eat at the dive bars. I want to eat at the kind of the places that are kept hidden from the tourists and take the trains and take the buses, even if I'm, slammed in there with a million other people. There's a real value to that. And also, I've said this a million times, I could not afford to travel without public transportation. Because if I had to rely on lifts and taxis to get everywhere I needed to go, I just would not be able to afford to do it. So I think that's something to keep in mind as well. Nice, Thomas. Well, you're making me jealous, but that sounds incredible. What would you say is your favorite part about seeing the pyramids? I would love to go back in time. I think that would be incredible. Hello, Tom Hawks. Please hit like and subscribe as well. I'd really appreciate it. Well, I definitely don't believe that. I don't believe in Nephilim. I don't believe in giants. I believe humans built the pyramids. Humans are capable of some pretty incredible and some pretty amazing things, as much as we like to imagine otherwise. Like, if you're a pharaoh and you have unlimited ability to get people to do exactly what you want them to do and exactly what you tell them to do, um, it's one of those things where, yeah, it's very, when you don't have to worry about things like labor laws or running out of money or time frames or deadlines, and you're willing to see a project start in your lifetime and finish in the next lifetime, you can accomplish a lot. Ricky, I'm living well. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Thomas, did you spend the entire 10 days in Cairo, or where did you spend your 10 days in Egypt? Because it sounds incredible. I'm sure it was an absolute awesome time. We living well though, Ricky. We'd be living better if you hit the like and subscribe button and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes bosses will stress us out. It's unfortunate, but it's like everything else. It's like, what is it worth to you, right? I saw a gigantic. So they do that in Cairo? That's really cool. Did you share them on social media? Like, how did you? Um, because that'd be really cool. I would love to check that out. I think it'd be incredible. So you're making me jealous a little bit because I also just love, like, absolutely love, um, like, I love history. I'd love to be in Egypt. I think it'd be so cool. I've always kind of wondered what Freemasonry is exactly and why people become members. Well, Ricky, so the former question, what is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is a club. Freemasonry is a group. Freemasonry is an organization. Um, it's no different than any other club. It's just one that's been around for a long time and has a lot more traditions to it. And maybe in some ways it's been more relevant to communities because there were so many members. Why people join? There is no specific and singular reason why people join, right? Everybody will join for their own personal reasons. Some join because they're looking to make new friends. Some join because they had family members who were Freemasons. I want to be closer to them or feel closer to them, especially if they passed away. Being part of the lodge should be a reminder of them. Some join because they love tradition and history. Some join because they're new to the country and maybe are trying to find a quick way to make some friends. There are a lot of reasons why people will choose to join Freemasonry. Not so there's no singular reason, right? And I think that is something that's really important that we need to remember. Ultimately, though, at the core, the reason people join Freemasonry is the same as the reason people join any other group organization because they want to spend time with other people, right? At a certain level, that is kind of what you need to desire. You need to want to spend time with others. I've always thought that to me is kind of for lack of a better term, the key part of what it means to be a Freemason is you have a desire to be part of something. I've been streaming way longer than that. I mean, streaming like this probably a little over, well, almost a year regularly. Right? I used to do streams now and then, but it was a lot less frequent. I've started this channel about 5 years ago. Initially, I started doing it with interviews and interviewing people. But then I went from that to live streams, and now at this point, the majority of my content is live streaming. Um, so yeah, support the channel. Are there certain requirements? So the most important requirement, Ricky, is that you are approaching the lodge and expressing your interest to join of your own free will and accord. Unfortunately, many times people think that you need to be invited or you need to be brought in by somebody else. And so they'll be not joining because they'll be waiting for an invitation. That's not the case. You should be joining first and foremost of your own free will and accord, period. However, within that content or context, excuse me, uh, you need to be of the correct age. Usually, like for me in Ontario, you have to be at least 21 years of age. In Michigan, you need to be 18 years of age. Freemasonry is decentralized, so every Masonic body has a different lodge or jurisdiction will have a different age requirement. Some places it's 18, some places it's 21. If you're 36, then you'll be fine. You also you need to believe in a supreme being. The nature of that supreme being is up to you. You could be Christian, Muslim, Jewish. You could be like me and not necessarily believe in a single deity per se, or at least not belong to any particular religion. There's a lot of different beliefs that constitute for Freemasonry. But really, the most important step is the first one, which is approach the lodge and express your interest in joining. You can do that by sending them an email, writing them a letter. Make sure they're legitimate. The way to do that is ask them which Grand Lodge they are affiliated with, is the best approach to take for that, just for the record. And then contact that Grand Lodge. So if you're in Texas, let's say, and they say, we are affiliated with the Grand Lodge of Texas, contact the Grand Lodge of Texas directly and ask them. But send them an email, write them a letter. You can even stop at their Masonic building if it's close by. But just make sure if you do that, make sure that if you're doing that, you are also bringing with you a letter that has your name and contact information on it, because if nobody's present or if they're too busy to talk to you, at least what you're able to do is leave a letter with your contact information. They can get back to you later. So that's not true, Thomas. If you're blackballed, that doesn't mean you're done automatically. You might move to a different jurisdiction and you can try again. Um, or I believe most jurisdictions is like 2 years and then you can reapply, if I recall correctly. You know, every jurisdiction has different rules about being blackballed, quote unquote, and what that means. So it depends. There are no specific dues. Like every lodge sets their own dues based on the operating costs associated with the lodge. So if you are joining a lodge in New York City, it's probably going to be expensive, because New York City is an expensive place to rent out a building or rent space or own a building. If you're in small town, Texas, it might be a lot cheaper. Like I'll say for me, I'm a member of 5 Masonic lodges. My most expensive dues are about 250 a year. My least expensive dues are $25 per year. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, but I don't want to give you a false sense because that's my experience. If you're joining a lodge in New York City, it would not shock me if you ended up with dues that are, could in theory could even be in the thousands. It wouldn't shock me because again, it's just so dependent on a lot of factors, right? But that's a question you should be asking, Ricky, right? If you decide you want to join, one of the questions you should be asking is absolutely like how expensive will it be to join? And what are the regular dues? And if it's too expensive for you at that time, then that's okay, right? But also keep in mind, Ricky, they should never be asking you for money upfront or saying like the way to join Freemasonry is to pay us money. That's not how it works. Your first goal, their first goal should be to get to know you, and your first goal should be get to know them, and they should make the decision as to whether you are worthy or can be a Mason. Not even worthy, but whether to accept your application completely separate of any money. After they made the decision that they would accept you into lodge, that's when the discussion switches to money and dues and payment and things like that. Anybody who says, pay money, you're a Mason automatically is full of baloney and most likely scamming you. Oh my gosh, 200 a month? That's a lot. That's one of the higher amounts. Ricky, well, it depends what the meeting is, Ricky. If it is a degree night, then it's a ritual or ceremony where you are welcoming a new member into the lodge, right? So ritual degree nights, think about it that way. If it is a administrative meeting, then it's all the administrative boring tasks that come with Freemasonry, or with any group or any club that you are trying to join, right? It could be anything from, um, answering correspondence, paying bills, discussing the future of the lodge, reading out minutes. And then very often Masonic lodges will have special events and special celebrations as well. So, um, right? And so it's one of those things where every meeting, it depends on the purpose of the meeting. And then very often, though, at every meeting, well, I shouldn't say every meeting, 99.999% of the time, um, if you are attending a meeting, there is going to be refreshments either before or after the event. So, I'm doing well, Sayok. How are you doing? I hope I answered your questions well. Ricky Bianco, let me know if I did, um, if it made sense. What is going on here? I try my best to look extra occult and extra shadowy. We're just going to keep hanging out. Wait to see who joins. Once again, any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. We're just going to keep waiting for a few more minutes. Actually, I'm just going to keep hanging out. I enjoyed my discussions today, but I just want to see who else wants to join. Welcome back, Putin's dog. I don't know if I missed you exactly, but it's good to have you back. How's it going? Thank you for being here. As always, I hope that you're doing well. Hello, Ab Anonymous. Thank you for being here as well. How is your day going? Not well fed? I'm very sorry to hear that. Eating well is important, whether you are a dog or a human. So I'm doing well. I got practice tonight. I got a meeting tomorrow. So yeah, it's going to be fun. I do not play music. Many Freemasons have. Mozart was a famous musician who was a Freemason. So yeah, it was Mozart, Brad Paisley, but I do not have that skill and ability at all. I wish I did, believe me, but I do not have that skill at all. Unfortunately, it missed me, so do you do scary? We do not do scary humming or chanting. I've said this before. I've been a Freemason for a long time. I've never seen anything in any Masonic lodge meeting that I would describe as scary or frightening or whatever it might be. So no. If one doesn't have an issue with time and has enough money and labor to throw at a project, that is absolutely the case. It just kind of is what it is, right? I know a lot of people would like to think otherwise, but like it has to be aliens, it has to be blah, blah, blah. I've never seen any evidence, in my opinion, that it was aliens or any of that nonsense. It's just human beings are capable of some pretty great things. Now, I'm sure if you were one of the poor slaves that the Pharaoh was throwing at creating this project without any concern for your health or your safety or your well-being, you might have a different view of what constitutes great things. And I'm comfortable with, I think we need to be honest about that. But, I do think to its credit, pick your term, the pyramids do represent a pretty great thing within humanity. Um, Never seen a summoning. We do not summon anything. Um, Freemasonry is not about summoning things. So no. Never saw one of these summonings. Freemasons for so long. I have never met the Prince of Darkness. I don't know the Prince of Darkness by name. Again, Freemasonry is not a religion, so just keep that in mind. A big triangle in the desert? Hey, man, I couldn't do it. So when you say that, like, let's just keep in mind here, I would not be able to do it. Um, Whether you can or not, I have no idea, but it's not something I would be able to do. And I'm not too proud to say it. Um, I just discovered there's something happening in Ottawa, May on May 9th. I'm debating whether I would consider going to it or not. It's an accessibility fair, and I've talked in the past about how we in Freemasonry, should be as much as possible making sure our buildings are fully accessible, which I still believe, by the way. But that also means paying attention to things like, um, that also means paying attention to things like what are our latest accessibility standards for buildings? What is the latest technology to make our buildings accessible? I think very often we forget about those things, right? Or we focus on accessibility in very specific ways. What I mean by that is everybody kind of understands, I think, on some level, we should have ramps to get into our buildings or elevators. Do we always remember that we should also make sure those ramps and those entranceways are well lit so that people can actually see where they're going and not trip, especially if you're hard of hearing? Um, do we take the time to make sure that our buildings, like if we have a ramp, it's salted and shoveled and people can get in and out safely? Do we have elevators that have braille on the inside of them so someone who is blind can use them? Do we have sound systems? Are we well lit? Like, I think sometimes we take a little bit too narrow a view of what accessibility means. Do we make sure that we are welcoming of guide dogs, service animals? You know, all that stuff matters, I think, more than we sometimes remember or give credit for. Brother Michael Moore, I mean, that's a really good way to look at it. And I agree. Like I've struggled with wondering if the things I'm doing are making any difference or making things better. Um, and it's one of those things where maybe it's not making a big difference right now in my life, but maybe people are seeing it and applying it in their Masonic experiences, and maybe, who knows, 20 years from now, it'll make a huge difference. All we can do is try our very best. And I'm grateful for all the efforts that we've put in thus far. And all the people who've contacted me and told me that I am making a difference. So it's nice to be able to say that, I'm trying my best. All the things you do create ripples, absolutely. No forbidden spells. Let's just start by making sure there's braille on our in our elevators. How about that? We'll start by making sure there's braille in our elevators and then we'll go from there. One thing at a time, if you will. Prince or MJ? Oh, Prince. Look, I'm not saying MJ wasn't an incredible musician. Of course he was, but I don't think there's any competition. Prince has got to beat MJ. Um, in my humble opinion. Oh yeah, Prince is number one. Zero doubt. Zero doubt. Oh, we got a Minnesotan in, so yeah, it makes sense that you would be a supporter of Prince. I mean, Elder Mason, calm down, Locker. How old do you think I am? Let's not be calling me an elder. Thank you very much. However, I have been a Mason for a while, put it that way. And Prince is better. Sorry. I hate to disappoint, but Prince is better. I know my head looks like a coconut. I've grown to accept it. What can I say? Um, but that's okay. A little bit of a coconut head is not the worst thing in the world, in fairness. You look like 67. Well, way to make me feel old. Thank you so much for that. What did I ever do to you? Oops. But I don't think I'm a 67. Thank you very much, nonetheless. I never know what that means. Not gonna lie. I got a big head. I've grown to accept it. What can I say? Sometimes you just have to accept these things. So there you go. It's both of us, Locker. It's not just you, or it's not just me. Please hit like and subscribe if you're new to the stream. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Today we talked about missing, murdered, and Indigenous women, or Red Dress Day. Notice I'm wearing red. We talked about emergency preparedness. So let me know if there's anything you guys want to talk about, and I'll do my best. How do Masons? I mean, I'm a stand-up comic, so I hope they like it. I hope they like my comedy, if nothing else. I'm trying to think of any stand-up comics who are Freemasons. I can't think of any right now, but um, well, don't be late. Knowledge. If you're 45 minutes late, I think you're playing with fire at that point. I think you're playing with fire at that point. Was he a Freemason? Okay, cool. Brother Michael Moore, have you done any stand-up? I didn't know that, Michael. Have you done open houses? If so, I'd love to see you somewhere. Let me know and maybe do something at the Masonic Temple here in Windsor. I'm sure Martin could consider like finding some time for you if you wanted to rent out the space. Um, nice. Where have you performed? I used to do stuff in. I think there was a comedy club in Livonia called the Laugh Factory, Detroit. I can't think of it. There was a bar. I think I did some stand-up comedy in as well. Um, I don't know. Michael Richards was a Mason. Um, I mean, he definitely had his not good moment, but hopefully, maybe Hopefully and maybe he's learned from his mistakes. Open mics are fun, man. Open mics are fun. How's it going? Hileton Investing, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and let me know how your day is going. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. Well, I would be very annoyed, knowledge kept, if I'm not religious. Freemasonry is not a religion. I know a lot of people like to think it is, but it's not. Um, Despite what some people like to think. I mean, I believe in a supreme being. My supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science and as expressed through technology and as expressed through geometry, particularly. But I would not call myself religious by any means. I mean, when you talk about signs or phrases, what you're really talking about are modes of recognition. Yes, I knew Richard Pryor. That's a good one. You're talking about modes of recognition, and you will learn those if you become a Freemason. However, if you want to show the Masons that you're cool, just be cool. I mean, there are plenty of non-Masons who are cool. There are plenty of Masons who are not cool. It's just human nature, right? So don't being a Mason doesn't make you cool, despite what some people may think. I mean, elitism is not a Masonic idea. It is a human idea, however. Unfortunately, many Masons can be elitist, just like many Masons can be egalitarian. But Freemasonry as a, for lack of a better term, institution, I would say, does not encourage elitism. In fact, it encourages the opposite. It encourages every Mason to view every other Mason first and foremost as a son of Adam or a brother of the dust, and to view us all equally. It also pushes really hard against elitism because it reminds us one of the biggest mistakes that we can make in life is to view ourselves as, better than others or that type of thing. Because if we start to get presumptuous and start to assume we're better than others, eventually we're going to, shall we say, have a bit of a fall from grace. And all those people we treated as though we were better than, eventually it's going to turn around the other way. And they're going to end up thinking that they were better than us. Or they're going to see us fall. It's not going to be fun. So I think we just need to be really careful about that, obviously. I think that's true. Sometimes in life, Brother Michael, sometimes the more prominent an individual is, the more humble they get in life. Um, well, there's probably a reason your whole account was banned from YouTube, so I can think of a good example. I'm not surprised, put it that way. I've been arguing knowledge kept that we should have some type of involvement with the crypto space. For a while, there were some groups looking at creating Masonic NFTs, but I don't think we have those anymore. So, or that group is not around anymore looking at it. So, I would love to see it though. I know a lot of people don't like the idea of a lot of Masons are really cautious about cryptocurrency. And honestly, that's not a terrible thing to be. But I think personally, there's a lot of opportunity as well. So, you kind of just have to take it for what it's worth, right? Nothing, if you're getting involved in the crypto space because you want to get rich quick, you're going to be really disappointed. By the same token, if you're getting involved in crypto space because you're not trying to get rich quick, but you're trying to occupy a different space that you think can maybe help expand Freemasonry, I think that's a good thing. Um, do Masons get bad? I don't know what that means, Locker. Um, Shaq is supposedly I've never met him obviously, but a very humble dude, a very kind dude. One of the few Masons to be made a Mason on site, which is interesting kind of side note. So it's very rare that it happens anymore. Maybe Joe Biden was a Mason on site, although that is highly contended at the moment. Doesn't shock me, but you should like the Shaq guy because I mean, again, I don't know him. Everything I've seen about him though and heard about him is he's a really good dude, a really kind dude, and a really friendly guy. So yeah, I like him again from what I've seen of him. That's not to say that, you got to be careful with celebrities. Obviously, a celebrity, what they are in their day-to-day life, or sorry, what they are like in the news or doing interviews might be different than what they are in real life, I suppose, but I've heard nothing but good things. You cannot, Locker. You cannot buy your way into Freemasonry, period, at any level, from joining through to, um, you cannot buy your way into Freemasonry, period. If anybody is suggesting to you that you can buy your way into Freemasonry, it is almost 100% a scam, and you need to be so careful of that because it's incredibly easy for people to, for some reason, there's this weird obsession, I think, with a lot of people about wanting to, oh, they have to be a Freemason for some reason. And so they try to join immediately or, whatever it is, that's not how it works. You need to be so careful about that. Freemasonry is ultimately about the internal qualifications of a man, not the external. And internal, would it be, are you good? Are you honorable? Do you try your best? Not how much money do you have in your bank account. So just you need to keep that in mind. And we're going to keep hanging out. Just wait to see who joins. Once again, no rush. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, just let me know. There are no links between Freemasonry and Judaism. There are parallels because Freemasonry, when it was developing its rituals, took a lot of symbology from, or symbolism from various religions, Judaism, but also Islamic faith, also Christianity. It also borrowed a lot from ancient Egyptian mysticism, Stoic philosophy, Enlightenment philosophy, stonemasonry, architectural orders, and everything in between. But I did a whole episode about some of the parallels between Freemasonry and Judaism. Matthew Parker, if I recall correctly, was the name of the guest. Here in my area, it does, knowledge kept. I can't speak for everywhere, but I believe, generally speaking, Scottish Rite has more members than York Rite, at least in my experience. Well, that's a direct link to a biblical story or the Torah story, but it's a parallel in that it's not meant to, you can take, in the same way, I don't have to be a stonemason to benefit from the metaphorical lessons of stonemasonry, right? In the same way, you can create a metaphorical lesson about anything. In the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, most people would have been aware of, biblical stories or religious stories were one of the few things that would be prevalent and known and understood throughout cultures. So it was a very logical thing to look at. Also, stonemasonry equals working with stone. So temples, pyramids, those are going to become obviously incredibly important symbols within Freemasonry, because what else are you going to use? You're not going to use famous wooden, structures. You're going to use famous stone structures. Hello, Your Excellency. I don't think anybody likes the IRS, but they do their job, right? Not that it matters. I'm a Freemason. I'm a Canadian, I should say. But Masons should pay their taxes, just for the record. We do not work with spirits, nor do we work with the global agenda. No. That's not how Freemasonry works. So when you say global, what do you mean by that, Your Excellency? I mean, the IRS is not global. Why is it lame? See, that's the problem with Freemasonry, I think, or conspiracy theories about Freemasonry. It's like there's no, like, people will talk about it like it's the biggest thing in the world, like it's the craziest thing in the world, like, oh, it matters the most, or whatever it is. They'll have all these conspiracy theories around global domination, trying to take over the world, new world order, whatever it might be. And then, um, as soon as um, they find out the truth, because they've thought it was some crazy conspiracy, suddenly they find it lame. And it's one of those things where it's like, we never, you're hating Freemasonry or judging Freemasonry for something it's not and never was, instead of actually judging it for what it is, which is very annoying, right? Freemasonry ultimately is a civic institution, it's a club, it's a group, and that's enough, right? That's enough. Why must it be so much more? Freemasonry had nothing to do with the Bolshevik Revolution. In fact, Freemasonry was banned was banned after that. So, it was banned in Russia starting in 1918. Well, if it seems that way, it's because you don't recognize. I mean, a cult. One of the distinguishing characteristics of a cult is attempt to isolate. Freemasonry does not attempt to isolate any of its membership from families or friends. So you just need to keep that in mind. Show us the goblet of truth. I don't have a goblet of truth. I don't even have any coffee right now, and I'm very sad about that. Believe me, I would love to get some coffee. I'm gonna get some before I go. Don't worry. Well, it's not free. It actually does cost money. There are dues. But freedom didn't refer to freedom of cost, Psyoc. Freedom referred to freedom of travel, freedom of movement, or a type of stone called freestone. So you need to keep that in mind. But sorry, there are dues, so it's not free. So you just can't win for losing. Bro got no potion of alertness. Believe me, I could use a potion of alertness. When it comes to coffee, I love coffee. It's my favorite thing in the world. I drink a lot of it. If you guys want to be nice to me, if you're not wanting to do a super chat or hit the like button or the subscribe button, you could send me some coffee and I would be absolutely grateful. Well, I don't know what that means, Your Excellency. I mean, first of all, Freemasonry is not a religion, so I mean, certainly we can use the teachings of Jesus in a metaphorical sense, but there are some Christians who may believe Jesus as a literal figure, some maybe of different faiths. I mean, Freemasonry is not a financial institution either, right? Freemasonry is not a it's a club, it's a group. Well, then I guess I'll be wicked because you're not making a lot of sense, Your Excellency. I'll just create my own group called Captive Woodworkers. All right. That would be pretty amusing. I would actually find that funny. Although I will say one thing about like a lot of people have asked me, and it's unfortunate, is or not unfortunate, but they'll say, why is it that stonemasons were the one profession, one club, one whatever it is, to create these to create and to invent these like this social club attached to the group. But that's not the case, right? Um, right? That's not the case at all. In my experience, many different professions formed social clubs based on that profession. So, for example, Free Gardeners, which was a social group for gardeners. There's the Fraternal Order of Police. There's the Legion for veterans. Many firehouses have social clubs attached to them. Like there is the Fireman's Bar and Grill here in Windsor, right? So many different, I mean, unions, almost all unions had a social club component to them. So you just need to keep that in mind, right? That within Freemasonry or stonemasonry is not the exclusive club or the exclusive profession to develop a social club attached therein. Um, so you just need to keep that in mind. I think Free Gardeners is one of the really cool examples of, is one of the really cool examples of it, where it was gardeners, right? Professional gardeners who started their own social club. I don't know what that, because I can't. I have no idea what it means to when you say banks exist and pensions disappear. Freemasonry has nothing to do with banking, has nothing to do with pensions. We're not a financial institution, we're a social club. Sometimes Freemasons may assist somebody financially if they're struggling, like might give them some money through benevolence if, let's say, heaven forbid, he he lost his job, let's say. Freemasonry can um, you know, when it comes to benevolence, it's a really important aspect of Freemasonry because Freemasonry does very often provide assistance as it relates to the social safety net. A lot of people have a misunderstanding of what the social safety net is, right? The social safety net, a lot of people think of it as um, a singular kind of net that the government creates and enforces and preserves in various forms. Sometimes that safety net is higher, sometimes it's lower, but they always view it as kind of a government thing. The social safety net is not a single anything. Yes, parts of the safety net are provided by the government, but parts of it are provided by religious organizations. Part of it is provided by your neighbors and your friends. Part of it is provided by civic groups like Freemasonry. Part of it is provided by private charities and nonprofits. Part of it is the emergency room. Part of it is a homeless shelter, right? The social safety net is actually a lot of different safety nets stitched together, created by a lot of different organizations. And there have been times when Freemasonry has been the piece of the net used to help a community and to help a member struggling through a really hard time. Um, so Friday the 13th movie is not Masonic, and De Molay and the Grand Master was burned at the stake about 400 years before Freemasonry existed, give or take. Um, so, you're kind of wrong on both counts. There is no Grand Wizard in Freemasonry. All right, well, there we go. Well, Friday the 13th, I mean, bad luck. Some of it connects to the Knights Templars and the fact that that order was done on Friday the 13th. But Friday the 13th, the movie about Jason Voorhees, is about Jason Voorhees. It has nothing to do with Freemasonry. And I've seen every Friday the 13th movie dozens and dozens of times because I love them all very much, right? But the movie or the movies are completely separate. Although I do really love them all. My favorite is part 6, followed by part 3. Um, I don't think he was burned on the stake on a Friday the 13th. I think, if I recall correctly, I could be getting my dates mixed up. The order to disband the Knights Templars was done on a Friday the 13th, but I think De Molay was burned at the stake a couple years later. He wasn't burned right away. Or maybe it was Friday the 13th. I mean, the point is, I think the order came out on Friday the 13th. Yeah. Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, was burned at the stake on March 18th, 1314. So not Friday the 13th. March 18th, 1314. So, Your Excellency, you're kind of a stupid person. You don't really know what you're talking about. Which is fine. People get to be stupid, but, it's one of those things. It did not exist. That is a fraud as well. So, yes, it did not exist. Um, it's a fraud. I mean, Albert Pike famously wrote Morals and Dogma, but, well, the same reason people do the Leo Taxil hoax, right? Because um, people like to stir up shit, especially if they're leading not good lives or if they're bored with their lives or if they're struggling. It can be more fun to spread rumors and nonsense. And like, why do people come on stream and call me ugly, right? I suppose you could say it's because I'm ugly, but the truth is it's because they have nothing better to do. And unfortunately, when people have nothing better to do, this is where they very often end up. um, it's human nature. It's unfortunate. I wish that we as humans could find better ways to spend our time, but that's a whole other can of tuna. I never said I was Brad Pitt, but if I was Brad Pitt, I'm already so handsome. If I was even more handsome, I'd leave no women for the rest of you. So I guess that's why they did it. Or that's why I was made to be not quite the most handsome fella ever. People have said I look like Matt Damon. In fairness, people have said I look like Matt Damon. So I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying people have told me I do. I'll leave it up to you to decide. All right. We're just going to keep hanging out. We're just going to wait to see who else joins. Once again, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? Let me just see. All right. I've been doing this stream for about 3 hours. It's been fun. I've been enjoying it. So I'm just going to keep chilling out for a bit longer. And once again, we're just going to wait to see who finds me. It depends who you ask. I don't know if our PR is as awful as people think. A lot of it depends on what you're seeing on the internet and the algorithm, right? But maybe this channel can help create some better PR. It's just, look, conspiracy theories, anger, whatever else, like those are the things that are going to get attention, especially get attention through travel, especially get visitation through like the get visitation on the algorithm. Like, what's more interesting to read? Freemasonry is a civic institution that supports its membership, or Freemasonry is a satanic cult that is trying to harm children. Like the latter, while untrue, is more interesting to read than the former. And because it's more interesting to read, it's going to get more traction on social media. All we can do as Freemasons is speak the truth, at least as we see it, as we understand it, and you kind of just go from there. There's really nothing more that can be done. Yeah, I mean, it didn't happen. A lot of people think the order happened and then everything else happened afterwards. That's not the way it is, right? Um, it took a long time from the order to the final round of executions. And people need to remember that. We're just going to keep hanging out. We're just going to wait to see who joins. As always, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear them. And we're going to, I think, I talked about the two things I wanted to talk about today. So we'll just hang out, relax, wait to see who joins. Eliphas Levi, don't know who that is. I feel like I've heard the name before, but I can't think of from where. We're going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. And I've talked about kind of the main topics I wanted to talk about today. So now we're just back to chilling. We'll give it a bit of time. We'll wait to see who joins. Just going to keep hanging out, wait to see. Not getting any comments right now. But we'll give it some time. Oh, here it is. Animals and stuffs. I don't think you've been on this stream before, in fairness. Well, very often I don't understand the questions that I get because very often the questions, like for example, when people are asking about banking, I don't understand what that has to do with Freemasonry. And so obviously I'm not going to necessarily know how to answer that. Well, you're new to the stream, but all right, for heaven's sakes. For heaven's sakes. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Let's give it a bit of time. How many different accounts does this guy have, in fairness? All right. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. No comments coming right now, which I don't mind just chilling out, waiting to see if anybody does join. If not, no worries. Oh, we got a message held for review. No, no, you cannot. What you can do is hit like and subscribe. Sure, Midwest Mike, Freemasons donate to charity all the time. I mean, Freemasonry itself is not a charity as a rule, right? But the Masonic Charities Foundation donates a ton for, and that's just one example of many. Let me see if I can actually find some of the recent donations they've done. Where from the Midwest are you from, Mike? Because I love the Midwest. I mean, I've been to Chicago and Illinois like dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and I'm always grateful that when I get to be there. Let's see if I can find something recent. I think we in Freemasonry are very often encouraged to be charitable. I think it's a really important part of what it means to be a Freemason. That's another way, by the thing. I was talking about this before and I completely forgot. When it comes to ways that we can support in Freemasonry Red Dress Day, a big thing we can do is we can consider donating to charities that support Indigenous women and Indigenous girls who may be missing, or trying to get support, get a leg up. Um, if I was a Masonic Charities Foundation post, where would I be? We have the Masonic Medical Research Institute as well, which does some incredible research. Um, well, check out, I mean, Masonic Charities Foundation is a great thing to check out. And that's what I would recommend you check out if possible. It's a really good spot, really good thing to find. MCF. As I go through this and seeing if I can track down. But also, not every Masonic lodge necessarily will donate to charities directly, but what they'll do is, for example, they will organize a volunteer event and they'll go and serve soup at a soup kitchen, or they'll do the Salvation Army kettlebells, or they will organize a trash cleanup day at their local park, which happens all the time as well. So very often Masons will do things like that to help support their community. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, here it is. Okay, new announcement. We are proud to announce on behalf of the Metropolitan Grand Lodge of London Freemasons, the Masonic Charities Foundation awarded £59,224, which I think works out to about $120,000 to community drug and alcohol recovery services in support of the Neurodiversity Home Engagement Program. So that's from Masonic Charities Foundation. This is one example of it. I know there's some more as well, which I'm going to track down. Follower from Egypt. Welcome from Egypt. I love Egypt. I wish I could visit there in person. Talk about stonemasonry and all the wonders of stonemasonry. Here it is, another one. Proud to announce that on behalf of Warwickshire Freemasons, the MCF recently awarded £8,078 to the TLC Foundation in support of children with special needs and special educational needs and disabilities. So there you go. Number 2. So that's just a couple examples of it. So Templars are not the origins of Freemasons. Freemasonry originated with stone Masonic guilds in the Middle Ages. Freemasons, again, evolved from stone Masonic guilds. Now, eventually, Freemasons, for a variety of reasons, adopted, Templar symbolism, primarily for the moral lessons contained therein. But yeah. The initial explanation as to the connection between the Knights Templars and the Freemasons, the Crusaders and the Freemasons, it dates to 1737 and an oration by a Freemason by the name of Andrew Chevalier, who claimed that Freemasonry evolved from the stonemasons, which it did not, but that the Freemasons evolved from the Knights Templars, which, I will say, while it did not, the resulting development of the York Rite bodies and Knights Templars within Freemasonry as an order is really, really cool. So I guess you can take that for whatever it's worth. It does not date to the Crusades. It was retconned into the Crusades. But Freemasonry dates to, I think the earliest you can give it is 1634. I've heard some say 1601, but, 1634 to me is the earliest you can place it. Or 1717 if you want to say that. It was the St. Clair Charter's inception. Letters drawn up in 1601, involving major Scottish lodges. Right, but those are operative lodges. To me, I would still say 1634 is the better date, but 1601 some people put it as. I agree. I think all rituals are esoteric by nature. It's just the nature of a ritual is to be esoteric, right? Because ultimately, even if you know the ritual, a ritual is by its nature experiential, right? You need to experience it to really understand it. So I think knowledge, as a general rule, in my experience, is experiential and therefore esoteric. Information is everywhere, but information is neither knowledge nor wisdom. What that means is, yes, information is everywhere, but having it without experiencing it, it's the experience is esoteric, if not the information. I mean, I know many Muslim people or great Masons are not out there killing anybody, so I do not know what you're talking about. Hello, you are definitely not new here, but nice try. Nice try. About history. Well, I mean, I know about the Crusades, but I mean a little bit about the Crusades. The Knights Templars were obviously the military kind of, they were a combination of military and economic order that provided safe passage, excuse me, for pilgrims traveling to the Jerusalem and to the Middle East. Um, but the idea that that is somehow or some way connected to Freemasonry, again, it was retconned into the lore. It was not a initial connection, right? It wasn't as though the Templars evolved into the Freemasons, despite what legends say. It's a legendary story. It's an apocryphal story. I don't think there's any evidence that it's a legit story. But again, apocryphal, legendary, if it conveys a valuable lesson and if it conveys a valuable, um, if it conveys a valuable lesson, if it conveys a valuable ethic, if it conveys a valuable moral, then I think it's valuable, whether it's quote unquote real or not. So we just need to keep that in mind, right? I think sometimes we become way too obsessed with this idea of like what's real, what's not real, what conveys the right lesson, what conveys the right moral that will help us lead better lives. No, it's a real door. So they were not the originals. Again, the originals I think you date to 1634. I think that's the best date to go with. I mean, I'm a descendant of a European because my dad is from England. I don't know what the 10,000 is a reference to. Sure, you're not. I mean, Omar, what do you mean by that? Certainly, I mean, it's definitely a different group of guys. Obviously, every generation it's different. It can't just be the same. It can't just be the same people all the time, right? But you mean different socioeconomic status, different ethnicities, different religions? What are like the different guys you like? What does it mean by that? I don't disagree necessarily. I'm just curious if you could describe more what you mean. Well, my mom was born in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. But I mean, to me, I'm not really concerned about the gene ecology. I don't even know what that word means. I'm grateful to be Canadian. I'm proud to be Canadian. I think it's one of I think it's the greatest country in the world. I think every Mason should think that where they're from is the greatest place in the world, whether it's true or not. I think we should all consider it that way, right? And I love being Canadian. You have to get used to it, Vin Diesel. If you want to, that's the price for playing baseball. If you want to be on YouTube, you're going to deal with some interesting characters, put it that way. Well, I definitely don't think it's the case that everyone is able to derive the same truth out of, how I derive it. I don't think, that can be the case. I think that, this idea of deriving truth, I mean, some things just are true or they're not true. Now, whether you know it or not, I mean, that's a whole separate issue. But for example, like Grand Lodge was formed, Premier Grand Lodge of England was formed June 24th, 1717. That's just a true statement, right? Whether you believe it or not, kind of is irrelevant. Um, Where is your background? Well, I mean, if they were to ask me what my background, like I've never been asked what my background is. I don't think. Maybe they use that term. I don't. I always just say white or Caucasian. But if they ask me, my citizenship, I'll say Canadian. If they ask me where I'm from, I'll say Canadian. And I am grateful to be Canadian. Like I said, we should always support where we're from, I think, as Freemasons. They just seem more so or too involved in little things. I mean, it's hard for me to say because I obviously I wasn't even alive in the 70s, but I wasn't a Freemason in the 70s and 80s, so I can't really speak to what lodges looked like then. But um, I mean, I think, there's definitely a stereotype of the younger generation being more sensitive than their parents or their grandparents. That might be true of Masons as well. I don't know if that's always a bad thing. Like this week is mental health week. Being, concerned with our mental health might not be the worst thing. Um, how old am I? 42. Which is crazy to think I'm that old. Um, and remember when 42, I remember when 30 was old. So this is baloney now that I'm 42, I can tell you that. Kevin, what do I do as a Freemason? Well, I mean, Freemason is ultimately not a designation of what you do, but it's a membership designation, right? And so it's kind of like being the member of a gym. I don't have to do anything other than pay my dues, and I'm a member of the gym. In the same way, I don't have to do anything other than pay my dues, and I'm a Mason. It's so everything I do, first of all, is by choice. I'm the worshipful master of my lodge, so I organize and maintain the lodge. I like to think ultimately what we do is try to create a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. We have regular meetings where we bring in new candidates through our ceremonies and rituals, which creates bonds of brotherhood because of the same rituals done forever ago. We organize banquets, celebrations, charitable work. Mostly, though, Freemasonry is about the belief that it is worth spending time with other people. It's not a religion and it's not a cult. It occupies a civic space. It's like the Elks, the Moose, the Rotary, right? And it's not a cult because it does not try to separate, amongst other reasons, it does not try to separate um, the membership from anyone within the community. Friends, family, work. That is one of the distinguishing characteristics of a cult, which is that we have this desire, or the cult will have a desire to separate the membership from the world because they're more easy to control. Freemasonry is not trying to separate anyone from the public or from friends or family. Boy Scouts is not a bad example, Pierre. In fact, Freemasonry does have a pretty interesting connection of history with the Boy Scouts. So yeah. So it's not a religion. Having practices and rituals and goals and traditions does not make something a religion. If that was the case, football would be a religion because football teams have practices, football teams have rituals, football teams have goals, and football teams have traditions. A religion is a religion if it has either a threat of damnation or a promise of salvation, if it has some type of singular um, governing body that controls the proper interpretation, or if it has shared beliefs, and Freemasonry is none of those things. Also, it's not a religion for taxation purposes, just on a side note. Um, well, I mean, if you want to put it that way, Psyoc, then I mean, I'm comfortable with that, right? Like, if you want to say football is a religion, then you would say Freemasonry is a religion in the same way as football, right? It's something that some people can certainly do religiously, right? I've heard people say words like, football is my religion, scary movies are my religion. To do something religiously is to do something at the expense of other things, is kind of how it's colloquially used. So, I mean, I guess if you want to use it in that sense, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I'd be very careful. You have to be very careful about how you're understanding that, right? And what that means. Thank you, Pierre. That is incredibly kind of you. Just hold on for 1 second, excuse me. I gotta get this set up quickly. Um, but that is very kind, and from Portugal, no less. There's a lot of really cool Freemasonry in Portugal, so I would absolutely love to. I would love to visit in Portugal.
At Pierre 10,180 number 19 United States dollars and 99 cents. Appreciate your honesty, brother. From Portugal, all the best.
That's awesome that that your cousin is a Freemason. I'm glad he's cool. Being a Freemason doesn't automatically make you cool, but it doesn't hurt anything either. Just for the record. We're going to give this a bit more time. We'll just wait to see who else joins. Once again, please take the moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear them. We're going to give it, let's say, another, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes or so. It's been a great stream. Thank you to everybody who's joined so far. Um, phew. Oh, just a second. Phew. So, did Masons construct? I mean, so certainly by definition, if you're involved in construction, stonemasons will do the work, craftsmen. In terms of Freemasons, I mean, I've never seen any compelling evidence. People always point out the shape of streets. Doesn't look to me like it was a very good pentagram or very good square compasses, excuse me. So, no. To my understanding, they did not. But there's a lot of Masonic symbolism in Washington, D.C. So I would remind people of that. Like, one of my goals is to make it to the George Washington Monument, which I think is actually in Virginia, if I recall correctly. But I mean, Freemasons, there was 13 out of the 39 founding fathers were themselves Freemasons. So, there definitely is connection between Freemasonry and Washington, D.C. and George Washington. We're going to give it a bit more time. Wait, there's an interesting story about there's actually supposedly in somewhere in the White House there is a Masonic cornerstone. We just don't know. Nobody knows where to find it. It went missing. I think it'd be really cool to see if we could find it at some point. I thought maybe with the renovations in the East Wing, they may track it down, but supposedly the cornerstone is actually in the West Wing. But I don't know. Maybe we'll see. No worries, Kevin. By the way, anybody watching this who's new to the stream, please hit like and subscribe. I mean, it is. I mean, not everywhere, but in North America, it's taken a beating, that's for sure. There's lots of different reasons as to why, so I don't want to get into any specific reasons now because there's so many different reasons and different possibilities. So that can happen. There is actually in our ballroom, there is a theater company that rents out the space for theater productions. They've done a really incredible job producing a ton of great plays. They also rent out the space for dinners, banquets, celebrations, and all the rest of it. So, yeah. I think a lot of, I mean, I've been to Masonic lodges where the downstairs area is rented out to music shops, to dry cleaners, and everything in between. So, it's one of those things where very often we within Freemasonry need to find ways to earn revenue from our buildings. I mean, one of the greatest examples of that of all time is, the Detroit Masonic Temple, which has done an incredible job at becoming a real hub for the arts, a real hub for the musicians, theater productions, theater companies, as well as weddings, celebrations, etc., etc. And, it's been able to, by ensuring it is that space, it has been able to, at the same time, ensure that it's able to keep Freemasonry relatively affordable for the membership. They do that all the time, Pastor Sempa. Nothing's stopping them, right? They absolutely do that all the time, which I think is great. And I love the fact they do that. I think sometimes social events are very underappreciated in terms of how important they truly are. So, yeah. Hello, Peyton Heath. Thank you for being here. There, Baltimore. Yeah, I mean, there's Freemasonry in Maryland for sure, and I have no doubt that there are Freemasons in. I have no doubt that there are Freemasons in Baltimore specifically. I've never looked into it specifically, but yeah, I mean, I know there's a ton of Freemasons in Maryland, so. I would like to visit Maryland. I've been to the East Coast a few times, like New England area, but never made it to Maryland. I think that'd be really fun. Um, you should enjoy burgers with anybody. You should enjoy burgers because burgers are delicious. That should be all you need. And all right, give it a bit more time. And as always, gonna wait to see who joins. It's been a fun stream. I've enjoyed chatting with people, so I'll be posting a lot of what I've talked about in the description to this video shortly, so you'll find it there. So what you're talking about, Pastor, is actually a really good idea. It's called affinity lodges because all the members have the affinity for the same thing. And that absolutely happens very often. For example, there's just a new lodge that opened in California, which is dedicated to people who have the same interest in Star Trek. It's a Star Trek themed lodge. There are lodges in England that are for train enthusiasts, for cooking enthusiasts, for fine dining. Um, they're working on opening one here for biking. So, like, you will see, and it is really, really cool, these affinity lodges. And a lot of people are arguing that if Freemasonry is going to start to regain membership, what it needs to focus on first and foremost is these kind of affinity lodges, which I would agree with. I think there's a value to them, without question. Okay, I mean, Pennsylvania, yeah, Freemasonry kind of was very popular in Pennsylvania, so it would not shock me at all if there was a lodge in Pennsylvania. I've never heard of Jenkintown, but I've been to Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and I've been to um, Johnstown, and they're all incredible places. Where is Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, out of curiosity? There is not. Honestly, I don't think that lodge would get very far. I think whatever jurisdiction it was in would probably have some things to say about it. Although if you made it up as a joke, just for fun, like maybe the mascots of the lodge were like Ren and Stimpy. I mean, I suppose that could be kind of fun, in fairness. But no. Well, I mean, how can you be neighbors with somebody if you're a Christian and they're a Muslim, if you don't accept on some level their views as valid? That doesn't mean, when you say valid, that doesn't mean you have to agree with their views. What that means is you have to accept that they can be a good neighbor and a good friend and a good part of the community. In the same way, if you're sitting next to a Muslim brother, you don't have to agree that his religion is right, but you have to respect the fact that whatever his faith is, he can be a good brother to you. And, if you're struggling in life, if you find yourself falling into a hole and you call out for help, you don't really care if the person who helps you is a Muslim or Jewish or Christian. You just care about them helping you, right? By the same token, I would hope if you're walking by somebody who's struggling, you're not going to care of their religious faith. You're just going to show up to help them. You don't have to believe in the Muslim God to believe that the person who does believe in the Muslim God can also be a good person. South of Philly. I love Philadelphia. Philadelphia is an absolutely awesome, awesome city. Beautiful Masonic building, by the way. Maybe one of the most beautiful Masonic temples in the world. So, I actually wouldn't say maybe. Definitely one of the most beautiful Masonic buildings in the world. Arguably the most beautiful. Though I suppose everybody has their own opinion on that. Like, I think Glenview is the most beautiful Masonic building in the world. Just as somebody who loves to visit it. But obviously, that's a more personal, subjective view than a literal view. The Masonic building, it's right downtown. It's like right across from City Hall, right in the downtown area. So, and it's a pretty beautiful, pretty incredible place. So if you ever get the chance, believe me, check it out. You will not be disappointed. Well, Sayak, that's a bit much. Calm down a little bit. It's not that I don't appreciate it, but you need to just calm down a little. And thank you, as always, everybody who's joined so far. It's been a great stream. Just hanging out, chatting, seeing what you want to talk about. I'll be back on at 1 a.m., but relatively briefly because I have to make sure I get to 1 a.m. I have a meeting tomorrow at 11 in the morning, and there's a lot of work I got to do first to get ready for it. So, poutine, I do like poutine. Who doesn't? Poutine is, I mean, honestly, I'm not a huge gravy fan, but so long as there's not a ton of gravy on it, it's not my favorite food, but I like it. McDonald's used to have this really good version of poutine, which was, like, it was really cool because it was made with like barbecue sauce. It was kind of a special Southwestern poutine. It was really good. Oh, it is very Canadian. That's one of the coolest things about it. We as Freemasons should love our country, right? And love all the things that make our country special. They do tours, Kevin. They offer tours of the Philadelphia Masonic Temple. And believe me, you should absolutely take a tour because it's so awesome. So please do so. Forget about it. Absolutely. And I know I talked earlier, this is kind of a different note, but I talked earlier about, you know, having, for example, First Nations related food for, our refreshments to celebrate Indigenous holidays or special events or commemorative days. But you could also, let's say, have days where you have the like famous foods from different brethren's cultures. So if you have, let's say you're in a lodge in America, but you have a Canadian brother and he's joining, maybe serve some poutine and beaver tails and Tim Hortons or something. I don't know. If you have British guys, maybe serve fish and chips once. Try different things. Like that stuff, it matters a lot more than people realize, in my opinion. I think unfortunately, we're very often, um, the little things we can do, we don't do all the time. And there's reasons for it. People are tired, people are busy. Well, the Christian from Denmark is wrong. But people get to be wrong. All we can do is um, do our best to indicate why he's incorrect. I suppose what I'd say is all I can do is my best to demonstrate his wrongness. Which, hey, I will be the first to admit it's not always easy. Well, if you think, I mean, at that point, who is left, right? At that point, if he thinks the Pope is satanic too, I don't really know who else is left for him to like. What's going on, CM? Just hanging out. Um, Chatting about Freemasonry, answering questions, just chilling. I mean, I had my topics earlier today, so we very often do, Kevin. I just don't see how being a Freemason is seeking. Well, I mean, I don't know what it means to seek first the kingdom. I think is my issue, right, Peyton? Like, what if you have a secular job? What if you play sports? Like, I suppose if you want to put it in a very general sense, if you are a Christian, then I suppose you could argue everything you do in some way, shape, or form is trying to seek the kingdom, in that the more you learn and the more you're able to discover about the world, the I don't even know how to describe it. Like the better you'll be at seeking the truth, I suppose. You need to be, you need to be see a lot of different things, maybe. But I mean, Freemasonry is not trying to tell you how to seek the kingdom or where the kingdom is or anything like that, right? That's not the purpose of it. You need to be responsible for that yourself through your religious, because I assume when you say kingdom, you mean salvation. Like if anybody came to me as a Freemason and said, how do I get to heaven or seek the truth? I would say, talk to your religious leadership. If somebody asked me, how do I live better here on earth? I might have some good answers for that, for whatever it's worth. That's awesome. I hope that you do, CM. But don't put the cart before the horse. The first thing you want to do is simply find a Masonic lodge in your area and express your interest in joining. That's the most important thing. Well, I mean, again, so let's say you have a day job, right? In what way do you glorify God in that? Unless you have a religious day job, right? Like, there is space for non-religious undertakings in life. There kind of has to be. Now, I assume everything you do is done with love in your heart for God or for Jesus, but again, you presumably you take part in like I would say by definition probably secular activities all the time, right? I don't really know how you could not. Well, you don't have to be nominated, CM. That's one of the biggest myths in Freemasonry. All you need to do is approach the lodge and express your interest in joining to start the process. Now, eventually, you will get sponsors, etc., etc., but that comes later. That's not the first step. The first step is, are you interested in joining Freemasonry? And if you are, you approach the lodge and you express your interest. You have to take the first step. Well, I don't know. Again, like, so do you go around, like, like, at your job, do you ask people what their religion is and then tell them it's invalid? I would say you shouldn't do that. If you were called in to testify at a court of law and a brother swore his oath to tell the truth on a Quran and you swore your oath on the Bible, would you tell them it's invalid? Like, I don't know how you can live your life worrying about what other people's religious beliefs are. That seems silly to me. Freemasonry is huge in England. I like the French. The French are great. People need to leave the French alone. But no, I like the French too very much. But I mean, your neighbors, Peyton, may have different gods than you. Your friends, who knows, right? Like, I don't really know how you can go through life necessarily with a lot of this judgment. Doesn't seem healthy. Now, again, at the end of the day, you could be completely right, and I guess when we leave this life for the next, we'll find out. But it's not really your place day to day to be telling people who's valid and who's invalid. At least in my humble opinion. Well, it's a supreme being. I mean, sure, I guess if that's how you feel. I mean, I would say um then maybe a secular club you might enjoy more, one that does not require a belief in anything. Um, and there are some secular or liberal Masonic orders. They're not usually not recognized. Keep that in mind. I guess I'd say if that's how you feel. To me, I never really understood it. That kind of, I never really understood that argument against Freemasonry because it's like I think one of its greatest strengths is its tolerant of different people's beliefs. And it's one of the few places that is still has tolerance for different religious beliefs. I think it's unfortunate that very often in 2026 people are reverting back to judging, the extent to which other people have religious beliefs. I just don't think it's a healthy thing for society. I think we need to be able to interact with people who have a variety of different beliefs, whether they are Christian, Muslim, Jewish, and not just interact with them, but work together with them. So, or a Christian club, sure. Depends, Kevin, who you ask. A lot of people, but maybe because you're not a Christian, I don't get it, Peyton. To me, I'm happy to sit next to a Christian. I'm also happy to sit next to a Muslim. I'm also happy to sit next to a Jewish person. I'm also happy to sit next to a Hindu, Sikh. There's a lot of value I can take from them as individuals, separate, and as a relationship, separate from their religious beliefs. There's no satanic lodges. There are some liberal orders that do not require belief in a supreme being. It's primarily in France. Um, Kevin, probably there's different dates. I always go with 1634. To me, that's the best date. Some will say 1717. Some will say 1601. I've always gone with 1634 because that's the time when we know for sure three speculative Masons were first initiated into St. Mary's Chapel, if I recall correctly, the Anderson brothers. But, let's say between 1600 and 1717. Well, I'm not fearful for my soul, so why should I be fearful for anybody else's soul? And I don't necessarily think it would make a lot of sense for me to be, judging others. I don't think that's a healthy thing. I think I should, I mean, to me, you should be fearful about your own soul before you're fearful of the souls of others. Just keep your own house in order. One of my favorite ideas from this was George Janko, I think was his name. If I recall correctly, he had a really great quote and line about it, I thought. He said, he would never try to convince anybody that their view of God was wrong or right. He said what he would do is he will pray to his God to show him the truth, and somebody else prays to their God to show them the truth, and who's ever right will be revealed the truth in time, which I think is the best approach to take on that. Well, I'm not Christian, so I mean, I believe it probably there's a lot of valid life lessons in it, but I don't believe in it as literal truth. Um, Terrifying term one. Please hit like and subscribe. Kevin, there's a relationship between Freemasonry and astronomy, but not astrology. Although some Masonic lodges will use the astrology symbols for their signs and seals just because they look cool. I mean, no. I think eugenics is terrible. I think what we need is humans, period. I don't care what race they are, what ethnicity they are, what IQ they are. I just want humans. Um, so yeah, I never understood this. Eugenics seems pretty dumb to me and pretty stupid. Well, maybe not. So I guess it's a good thing we don't have it then. We're going to give this another couple minutes. It's been a really fun stream. Thank you everybody for joining. Don't forget, hit like, subscribe, super chat, comment, share videos. I'll be back on at 1 a.m. briefly. Eugenics is trying to control who people have children with or who people don't have children with, or forced sterilizations. Basically trying to control population through either forced breeding or sterilization. Or nowadays it's getting kind of technological where they're able to like go in and like play with certain genes and certain genetics to try to, find the smart gene or find the handsome gene or whatever it is and increase those. Hello, LC Fairfair. Well, thank you for being here. Even if you can be here for a couple minutes, I really do appreciate it. I hope you're doing well and having a great night. You can pray for me, Peyton. That's very kind of you. But if you're praying on the basis that it will change my mind, I'm not sure if that's the healthiest approach, healthiest use of your time. But I do appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was fun. Thank you, Kevin. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream also. Faith is belief in absence of... faith is what? Evidence of things unseen? Well, corporatism, to the way I understand it, right? Corporatism references a type of capitalism in which corporations are granted basically special dispensations or authority or bailouts or protections from the government would be the right term. As a general rule, I'm not a supporter of it because what you end up with, right, is capitalism for the consumer and socialism for the corporation. Having said that, there are times when it's necessary. If a corporation becomes big enough, then if you do not have some type of corporate protections for it and bailouts for it, a lot of people are harmed. And look at Spirit Airlines, right? How much are we going to see the cost of train tickets increase? Plane tickets increase as we have these costs, as we have a low fare airline carrier go out of business. So I do think there are times where corporatism is necessary, but the danger of it is moral panic, or not moral panic, excuse me, moral danger, which is you start to let corporations do whatever they want and always bail them out. They'll just keep doing whatever they want without any concern for the consequences to the public. So, nice. Junior Deacon is an awesome spot to be in. I hope that you enjoy it. I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to end this stream because I just got a phone call I think I should take. I'll talk to you guys later. Hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts on Freemasonry, put them in the comments. But you need to be really careful with that, Cornbread, because again, at what point are you simply creating an endless excuse for bad behaviors, right? All right, guys, talk to you later. Have a great night, and I'll talk to you all soon. See you at 1 a.m.